Hello and welcome to Trial TV Live. I am the Squeegee of Justice. Thank you so much for joining us today as we are turning our attention to New Jersey versus Sean Higgins. This is a Miranda hearing from October 29th of 2025. Let me just make sure my audio is okay. Appreciate you guys sticking with us today. It's been one of those days. We had a court cancel on one trial we were watching, and then our internet dropped. Kicked us out. So here we are, surfing the day. We're surfing the day. So welcome in, everybody. Welcome in. Thank you for joining us. JMS, good to see you. Tammy Inks, Jenny G, thank you. We won't let those hiccups stop us. That is true. Jill, thank you for joining us. Tulips, good to see you. Kimbers, yes, we are back. We are back. Shirley Roth, good to see you, lazy boys. Amby, thank you for joining us. All right, so if we ever just drop off completely, that just means either we lost power or our internet cable got cut. So just bear with us. We'll be back as soon as we can. All right, so let's just get right into it. So we're going to pick up not where we left off, but we're going to rewind because I want to have this all in one stream. All right, so the date of this incident is August 29th of 2024. Sean Higgins is accused of vehicular manslaughter. He was driving while under the influence, and he hit and struck and took out two brothers, the Gaudreau brothers, Matthew and Johnny. They were in southwest New Jersey to celebrate their sister's wedding, which was going to be the next day. And Sean had been drinking for about 6 hours or so. He was attempting to pass a car. Well, let's get to it. Let me get to my photos here. All right. So the Gaudreau brothers were celebrating an upcoming wedding. It's very rural New Jersey where this happened. And Sean Higgins was driving on this road, and he was attempting to pass one car. There was actually two cars, so he was attempting to pass one car, managed to pass the first car, but then the lead car pulled out in front of him. He pulls his vehicle back sharply, and unfortunately the two brothers who were riding bicycles at the time, they got struck, and they were unfortunately deleted at the scene. Now we have a body cam, which we're going to show you, and then this Miranda hearing is basically about this body cam. Now, Higgins' blood alcohol level, BAC, blood alcohol content, was 0.087, which is above 0.08. That's the legal limit. Now, the brothers had a higher blood alcohol. I don't have those numbers in front of me right now, but they were pretty high. I think they were like 0.1. They were drinking, but they were on bicycles. All right, so he did take a plea deal. I'm sorry, he was offered a plea deal of 35 years, but he rejected it. So now he faces up to 70 years. So it's basically 35 years for each brother. It happened in, Pennsville Auburn Road, which is County Route 551 near Stumpy Lane in Oldsman Township, and happened around 8:30 p.m. Now, also, he was, meaning Higgins, Sean Higgins, is a field artillery officer. He was assigned to the New Jersey Army National Guard Joint Force Headquarters. He was a part-time traditional drill status guardsman, but he was not on duty at the time of the incident. Now, he also worked for a rehab facility called Gardenzia, Gaudenzia, no R, Gaudenzia. So that's kind of interesting, right? That he worked for a rehab facility. So, all right, welcome back, everybody. Lazy boys, Becky B, good to see you. Mallory, Gordon, thank you for joining us. Claire, good to see you. So, yes, you guys. So Claire and I, we're going to try and get together after all of this. Hold on. So Clairview is going to. We're gonna join forces when this stream is over. So Claire, thank you for your flexibility, because I was hoping we would be meeting at 5:15, and then that trial, the juror got sick, So then we're going to do this one, and this is about a 5-hour stream. And we were going to start at like 9:30. We had internet issues. So anyway, Claire, thank you for your patience and your flexibility. So anyway, let's get to it so we can get this one under our belts. Hopefully we will not lose our stream. All right, I'm going to start off with some news first, then we're going to get to the body cam, and then we'll get to the hearing.
It's been 2 weeks since Columbus Blue Jackets star Johnny Gaudreau and his brother Matthew were killed in their hometown while riding their bikes. Today, the man charged with killing them faced a New Jersey judge. Sean Higgins is charged with 2 counts of vehicular manslaughter after he was accused of hitting the brothers. NBC4's Jackie Gillis joins us with what happened in court. Jackie?
Andrea, an emotional Higgins began tearing up during his hearing as his attorney was calling him a well-respected and loving individual who is a husband and a father of 2 young girls. The prosecution, however, believes he's a flight risk and a danger to the community should he be released. The defense stated that up until this point, Higgins has no prior criminal history, adding that his immediate family is in New Jersey, so he's not a flight risk. They asked for him to be released due to those reasons. The prosecution, however, says he's a danger to the community based on the amount of evidence they've collected and admission from Higgins himself. According to investigators, Higgins admitted to having 5 or 6 beers before the crash. His blood alcohol level came back as a .087, which is above the legal limit. The prosecution added that while on scene, Higgins stated to police to have not even seen the brothers. However, the 2 cars that were in front of him stated that they did see them and moved over safely. During the hearing, the prosecution alleged that after getting off work around 3 o'clock, Higgins began drinking and driving around for hours, talking to a friend on the phone before the crash. According to the defense, Higgins made a horrible decision that night, but he is a good person.
And as he's driving around, he's having that conversation with the friend, and he also admits, Mr. Higgins, to the state police that he is drinking in the vehicle.
The individuals also say that the actions on that night, on August 29th, are not reflective of who Mr. Higgins is. And that's why we put these letters together, Judge.
After hearing arguments from both the state and defense, the judge has decided to keep Higgins detained. His next hearing is scheduled for October 15th. Andrea.
All right, Jackie, thank you.
Hey, no, they were bicycles, not motorcycles. Nothing was motorized. They were on pedal bikes, so they were riding pedal bikes. So they were at their sister's wedding was upcoming, I think, the next day, and they were on pedal bikes going from, I assume, either a party or a bar or some kind of gathering, and they were going back to wherever they were staying. So bicycles. All right. All right. Next up, I want to play his body cam. So let's get to his body cam, because that's what this Miranda hearing is all about. Is this body cam, whether or not this will be admissible.
All right. Where were you?
Let me just rewind that. Okay.
All right, where were you coming from, sir?
Taco Bell, Pennsville.
Here's your ID. Where were you before Taco Bell?
My house.
Okay, how much have you had to drink today?
I mean, I've been drinking beers, but I haven't had one in like 2 hours.
Okay.
So since the accident, like probably an hour or so.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm going to run you through a few tests.
Yeah, that's
All
fine.
right, go ahead and put that cigarette out.
Yeah. And just FYI, I had surgery on my knee on Friday, so
Okay.
I'm gipping around.
All right, we'll get there.
Man.
Kill the lights in front of your car real quick.
Sure.
Step over here for me.
Yep. All right. Give me a flash.
Just back right up to his car.
Yep.
The lights for me. Yeah. Excuse me. Alright, what I want you to do, just so you're kind of more my height, is lean back into that bumper, kind of sit on it, lower, right there. Alright. See the tip of my pen?
Yep.
I want you to follow that with your eyes and your eyes only. Don't move your head, okay?
Okay.
The tip, up here.
The top tip or
Yep,
bottom
the top
tip?
tip.
Okay.
See it?
Yep.
You don't wear contacts?
No.
No? No problems with your eyes?
No.
Alright, and you're not injured as a result of the accident?
I'm just freaked out.
Okay. Alright, follow the tip. Don't move your head. Just the tip.
Yep.
Step out, go right to the center of the road.
The line is against the line. Right here.
Go right here to the line.
Yep.
Alright, stay right there and face me. Alright, you mentioned surgery to your knee. How long ago was that?
Friday.
Friday. Is it affecting you right now?
I mean, I'm dipping around, yeah.
Alright, at any point if you're in pain, just let me know.
Yeah.
Alright. The first test we're going to do is the walk and turn. I'm going to put you in the starting position. I want you to hold that starting position until I tell you to begin the test. You understand?
Yep.
Starting position is going to be your right foot in front of your left foot, touching heel to toe just like this.
Yep.
Hands down at your side. Alright? Do you want to take your flip-flops off or you want to leave them on?
I'll leave them on.
Alright. So you can take that position. Right foot in front of your left foot, hands down at your side. Alright? When I tell you to begin, you're going to take 9 heel-to-toe steps forward, counting each step out loud. Upon the completion of 9 steps, you're going to keep the front foot planted, series of small steps with your other foot, and turn around. Okay, it's going to look like this. 1, 2, 3. I'm doing 3 for demonstration, you're going to do 9. Completion of 9 steps, keeping that front foot planted, series of small steps with your other foot, and 9 heel-to-toe steps back. 1, 2, 3. The entire time, keeping your hands down at your side, you're looking down at your foot and counting out loud.
Okay.
Once you start the test, do not stop until you've completed it.
Got it.
You understand?
Yes.
You may begin.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Ow. Keep going.
Like I explained, 9 steps forward, series of small
Oh.
steps, 9 back.
Ow. Sorry. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Good?
Yeah.
Alright. Next test you're going to do is the one leg stand until I tell you to begin the test.
Okay.
You understand? Is both hands down to your side, both feet together. Just like that.
Yep.
Touch both feet. Alright? When I tell you to begin, you're going to raise one leg of your choosing approximately 6 inches off the ground. Keep the bottom of your foot parallel to the ground, look down at your foot and count out loud 1001, 1002, 1003, and so on until I tell you to stop. Remember, you can raise either leg, whatever's going to be best for you and your knee.
Yeah.
All right. So I'm going to demonstrate 1001, 1002, 1003, and so on until I tell you to stop.
Okay.
You understand the directions?
Yep.
You may begin.
1001, 1002, 1003, 1004, 2005, 2006. Okay. I'm sorry, I'm just freaked out. Like, what am I supposed to be doing again?
I'm counting it out loud until I tell you to stop.
Okay, 1001, 1002, 1003, 1004, 2005, 2006, 2007, 2008, 2009, 10,000, 11,000. It's getting hard.
All right, you said it's been about an hour since your last drink?
About that, yeah.
And how many did you drink?
I mean, since like noon today, like 5 or 6.
6 since noon?
Yeah.
Beer or what was it?
Beer, just beer, Norway.
All right, turn around and place your hands behind your back. I'm gonna take this watch off, okay?
Yep. There.
Yeah, we'll grab everything. What do you need? Your phone, your wallet? Where's that at? Front seat, and where's your phone?
You want to put them in the back of your car? Or one? I got fine against the car. I drove up here. One of them. We're searching.
I'll talk to you. I'm gonna search you right here, right?
This is your car, sir?
Yes. We're gonna go to that car, but I'm gonna do it right here, all right?
Yep.
All your stuff in your car, the registrations, all stuff gonna be in there. Where's that? Just throw me money.
What's your name again, man?
Sean.
Sean, I'm just going to read you this and use your verbal acknowledgement, okay? You have the right to remain silent and refuse to answer any questions. Do you understand?
Yeah.
Anything you say may be used against you in the court of law. Do you understand? You have the right to consult with an attorney at any time and have him or her present before and during questioning. Do you understand?
Yes.
If you cannot afford an attorney, won't be provided if you so desire prior to any questioning. Do you understand? Decision to speak to us is not final. You may stop talking to us any time. Do you understand? Got it back.
Is everybody okay back there? I mean, what happened?
We'll talk about that when we get to the station.
I'm sorry.
It's okay, seriously. Yes, they do know it's fatal. They do know it's fatal. Because Sean just asked what happened to those, what happened back there. Is that everybody okay? He's like, no, we'll talk about that. So yeah, they know it's fatal. All right. All right, let's get back to the stream from October 29th.
All right, let's proceed. This is the matter.
All right. Hopefully our internet will remain stable. Okay. All right. So again, this is a pretrial hearing or a Miranda hearing from October 29th, 2025. And this is to determine that body cam that we just watched. No, wait, I have to come over here, right? Let me come over here. This is to determine whether or not his rights were violated from that body cam that we just watched. So this is to determine whether his rights, his Miranda rights, were violated. All right, so let's watch.
Oh, we need Mr. Higgins.
Judge, we need.
Yep, I just told him we
Got it.
just realized he was not sitting down.
Where did it?
Matthew, your appearances, please. All right, let's proceed. This is the matter of State of New Jersey versus Sean Higgins under indictment 2412-400I. Counsel, your appearances, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Michael Mestern appearing on behalf of the state.
Judge, thank you. Good morning. For the record, it's Matthew Portella here with co-counsel on behalf of Mr. Higgins.
Morning, Your Honor. Richard F. Kleinberger III on behalf of Mr. Higgins.
Good morning, Your Honor. Anna Cools on behalf of Mr. Higgins.
All right, good morning, counsel. It's my understanding we are prepared to proceed with motions regarding a suppression issue. Mr. Mestern, I know you have several witnesses. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
And Mr. Portella, I guess you're moving for sequestration?
I am, Judge. Defense is moving for sequestration of the 4 troopers who are testifying.
All right, so please make a note for the record. There is going to be a sequestration order. Any and all witnesses who are not testifying at the time should be sequestered from the court and be brought in one at a time, Mr. Mestern.
Thank you. Yes, Your Honor. Just to give Your Honor a heads up, I did indicate to the officers they were not allowed to talk about their testimony. If they are finished, they are in a separate room from where we're at right now that has no live feed from this courtroom, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Mestern. At this point, Mr. Mestern, then you can call your first witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. At this time, the state would like to call to the stand Sergeant Flanagan from the New Jersey State Police.
Just put it in. That's all it was.
All right, Sergeant, if you remain standing and raise your right hand, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Amen. Thank you. Good job. Mr. Mestern, you're a witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Sergeant. Good morning. Could you state for the record where you're currently employed?
I'm currently employed in New Jersey State Police, the Woods Downstairs.
If you could you bring the microphone a little closer to you so we can all hear you? Thank you. And how long have you been working for the state police?
10.5 years.
And what are your current duties at this time?
I'm the Squad 1 patrol supervisor. I will go out with the troopers to different various scenes, various calls, assist them, guide them, direct them, help them out in any way that they may need.
I'm just going to say, please raise your voice.
Speak up, Your Honor. I can't hear, Judge.
Yep.
Yeah, it's hard.
And you indicated you work patrol, is that correct?
Yes.
And your duties under patrol, would that be to investigate car accidents, issue traffic citations and the like, is that correct?
Yes.
And how long have you been doing that?
10.5 years.
The entire time?
Yes.
And I want to direct your attention to August 29th, 2023. Do you remember that date?
I do.
And were you working on that date?
Yes, I will.
And were your duties on that day the same as you indicated are your duties today? Is that correct?
Yes.
And on that date, what shift were you working? Do you recall?
Night shift.
And when does that start?
My schedule is 5 p.m. to 5 a.m.
I want to direct your attention to roughly around 8:30 that evening. Do you remember that time frame?
Yes.
And at that time frame, did you get dispatched to a motor vehicle accident?
Yes, I did.
And where was the location of that motor vehicle accident?
On Pennsville, Auburn Road.
And what information, if any, did you get when you were notified about that car accident?
From our dispatch, we received that there was two subjects struck by a motor vehicle. They were on bicycles. The vehicle had continued on, and the last update we received is that we're still breathing.
And I apologize, Judge. They were still what?
I'm sorry.
Can you please repeat your testimony?
What was your what information did you get about the pedocyclists at that time?
That they were struck by a motor vehicle, that the motor vehicle continued on, and the last update was that they were still breathing.
Still breathing?
Yes.
Thank you.
Now, where were you when you got the notification regarding the car crash?
I was on patrol on US 40.
How far away is that from the location of the car crash?
Approximately 5 miles.
And so you immediately responded to that location?
Yes.
And were you in a marked vehicle at that time or unmarked patrol vehicle?
Marked vehicle.
And it had the lights and sirens that you could activate if need be?
Yes.
And did you activate them at that time?
No, I didn't.
And why did you not activate them at that time?
At the time, I did not encounter any additional vehicles with that.
And today you're obviously in a uniform indicating that you are a state trooper. Was that the same type of uniform that you were wearing on the day in question?
Yes, it was.
And as you were going towards the scene, did you encounter the individual that was away from the actual accident or crash scene?
Yes, I did.
Could you just go through what happened as you approached and what happened during that time?
I made it left onto Pennsville Auburn Road. At that time, I encountered a dark and colored SUV parked on the side of the road. There was a male outside of the vehicle on his cell phone.
And when you saw that individual, he was outside of the vehicle or inside the vehicle?
Outside.
And could you describe his demeanor that you could notice from him?
He seemed to be frantic, and I asked if he was okay. He was involved in the accident. He stated, "I hit them, I hit them."
And what did you do once he said that?
I told him to stay on scene, that I needed to continue on to the motor vehicle accident scene to render aid, and a trooper would be with him shortly.
At any time, did you indicate he's under arrest or anything to that effect?
No, I did not.
And you continued to the crash scene, is that correct?
Yes.
And about how far away was the crash scene from where you were?
Approximately a quarter of a mile.
And from where you were when you stopped, were you able to actually see what was going on at the crash scene?
No.
And I directed you to around 8:30 that evening, and it was in August. Was the sun out? Was it dusk? Or what was the lighting conditions on scene at that time?
It was dark.
And when you were interacting with that individual, were you in your vehicle the entire time?
Yes, I was.
And would you be able to recognize that individual if he was in the courtroom today?
Yes, sir.
And is he in the courtroom today?
Yes, sir.
If you could, please point him out and describe where he's sitting.
That gentleman right there wearing the orange shirt.
Please allow the record to reflect that Detective Sergeant Flanagan has identified Mr. Higgins as the defendant. Counsel, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. So once you left where the defendant was, what could you just describe what happened when you approached the crash scene?
As I approached, there was multiple vehicles parked in the road on the side of the road. There was people getting out of their vehicles. There was 3 or 4 subjects over with the 2 victims.
And was there any emergency vehicles on scene at that time?
Not at that time.
So once you arrived on scene, obviously you got out of your vehicle. What happened once you got out of your vehicle?
I approached where the 2 victims were. I asked, there was 2 females on scene. I asked them if they saw anything as I was observing and assessing the 2 victims.
And while you were doing that, did emergency personnel arrive?
Yes, a short period. Yes, a few seconds later.
And what did they do from what you saw?
They assessed the 2 victims and checked signs of blood.
Once they did that, they give you any indication as to what their conclusions were?
Yes, they stated there was no signs of blood.
And what was your reaction to that, or what did you do once you got that information?
At that time, I then contacted our dispatch and requested for our crime scene and fatal investigation.
And is that typical in a car accident or car crash, such as what was presented to you on the day in question?
Yes, anytime there is a fatal or serious motor vehicle accident, we will request our fatal investigation unit and our crime scene unit.
And at that time, did you have any witnesses that you had talked to, or did you know anything about how this event, other than what you heard from the defendant, as to how this unfolded?
At that time, I just identified a witness. I hadn't gotten exactly how the accident occurred.
And when you don't know how an accident occurs and you call the fatal accident unit and the crime scene unit, what does that mean? Like, why would you call them if you don't know what happened?
Our fatal unit there utilized to document the scene, to take the measurements. And our crime scene unit is used to photograph, collect evidence, and just document the scene as well.
And did you, at that time, did that event turn into a crime scene, or was it still considered a traffic crash or a car crash?
At the time, still a traffic crash.
And at that time, was there any indication that you had that you were going to be filing criminal charges as a result of what you were seeing?
No, sir.
And in your 10 years of experience, have you responded to traffic accidents that result in the death of somebody?
Yes, I have.
And does it always flow from those types of events that criminal charges are a product of what you find?
Not every time.
And every time that you call crime scene, does criminal charges always flow as part of that investigation?
No, they do not.
Are there examples that you could give where crime scene would be called and you definitely wouldn't be filing criminal charges?
Yes, actually, the night prior, we had a fatal motor vehicle accident on Interstate 295 that our fatal unit and crime scene unit investigated, but there was no charges.
And so once you called the fatal unit and the crash unit, what happened after that?
At that time, additional EMS paramedics arrived on scene, and short time after that, Point Police Department arrived on scene, and also additional state troopers.
Now, the road that this took place is a public road. Am I correct on that?
Yes, sir.
And as a result of this investigation, was the road closed off, or was it still generally open to the public?
At that time, it was still open to the public. We only had the immediate area kind of stopped just because of the amount of people that were on scene with the fire department, EMS, paramedics.
And at some point, did you have any interactions in that early part of your investigation with Trooper Alenardo?
Yes, I did.
And was he working the same shift as you?
Yes.
And at what point did you have an interaction with Trooper Alenardo?
When he arrived on scene, I explained to him where the driver was.
And did you relay any information regarding the pedal cyclists?
At that time, yes, we were aware that they had succumbed to their injuries, and I advised him what the driver of the SUV stated to me when I first encountered.
And at that time, again, you hadn't talked to any other witnesses, is that correct?
Correct.
So you had no information to give Trooper Alenardo regarding what they may or may not have seen or been involved with, correct?
Correct.
And do you recall if seeing what direction Trooper Alenardo approached the crime scene from?
Yes, he came in from the opposite direction I did, so that would have been from the south.
So he would not have had an opportunity to pass by the defendant on his way to the scene. Is that correct?
Correct.
And now you indicated there was some witnesses on scene. Is that correct?
Yes.
And approximately how many vehicles do you recall were involved in this incident other than the defendant's vehicle?
2.
And were the occupants of those vehicles still on scene?
Yes, they were.
And at some point, were you able to talk to them on scene?
Yes.
But this was after you talked to Trooper Alenardo, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And when you talked to them, the operators of one of those vehicles was unable to give a formal statement that evening, is that correct?
Correct. I was able to obtain a statement on scene.
And she was free to leave.
Yes.
Is that correct? At some point later, she did come back. Is that correct?
Correct. She was advised that she needed to provide a formal statement at a later time, a reported formal statement.
And so, the other officers on scene were advised that the fatal unit had been called, and the crash investigation or crime scene investigation unit was called as well. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Nothing further, Your Honor. Mr. Bartel?
How long have you been there?
In the state police, that's 10 and a half years.
That accident on 295, you said that was fatal.
Yes, sir.
You called the fatal unit, they came out.
Yes, sir.
Crime scene unit, they came out.
Yes, sir.
Crime scene unit documented it.
Yes, sir.
Fatal was there, interviewed witnesses.
Fatal unit does not typically interview witnesses.
People died in that accident.
There was one fatality.
Was there a driver who was at fault for the accident?
There was no fault. It was deemed an accident.
Oh, so it was just an accident.
It was a pedestrian. Somebody walked out to the lane of travel.
Okay, so it wasn't the guy drinking and driving that caused that accident.
Nothing.
Wasn't the guy that was drinking and driving and was freaking out at the scene, correct?
Drinking and driving, no. Obviously, they were distraught after they struck someone.
But nobody from you guys did the investigation, nobody was concerned about any drinking and driving.
No, sir.
Totally different from this accident, right?
Correct.
Yeah, so when you arrived, there were no other witnesses there, correct?
When I arrived to which?
Let's not talk about 295. Let's talk about this case on August 29th, okay?
Yes,
good. When you arrived, there were no witnesses?
No, there was witnesses.
Okay, who was there? Was the EMS or was it people in the cars that witnessed?
People in the cars that were.
And you didn't go right up to the people in the cars that witnessed it to talk to them about it, right?
There was only 2 women standing there that said they were in the vehicles that were involved simultaneously with the accident.
All right, so when you arrived, you didn't talk to those witnesses.
I just asked them if they knew what happened. They said, yes, we were in the other vehicles.
Okay. Did you advise Trooper Alenardo that when you arrived up to scene?
Yes, I told them there was witnesses on scene.
And you did that before Trooper Alenardo happened to do that Sean did the field sobriety.
Correct.
Now, when you got to the scene, the gentleman you identified in Lawrence, Mr. Higgins.
Yes, sir.
You ascertained that he was the driver of the car, right?
Correct.
And he was the driver of the car that struck the 2 bicyclists.
Yes.
He was the driver of the car that struck the 2 bicyclists who then died.
Yes.
And you knew that scene that there were 2 fatalities before Trooper Alenardo.
Yes.
Did you talk to Trooper Alenardo when he arrived before he did his investigation?
Yes, I did.
Okay, did you tell him before he had Mr. Higgins even do sobriety test? There's 2 people that died.
Yes.
You tell him Mr. Higgins was driving the car. That hit him.
Yes.
All right. Did you tell him that you spoke to Mr. Higgins?
Yes, I did.
Did you tell him Mr. Higgins said when you asked him, I hit them, I hit that?
Correct.
Okay. When you pulled up and you saw Mr. Higgins about what, quarter mile from the scene of the accident, what'd you tell him?
I told him to stay on scene.
Told him to stay on scene.
Yeah.
Told him to stay on scene. In your mind, you wanted him to stay there.
Correct.
You did not want him to leave.
Correct.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but he was not free to leave at that point, right?
Correct. He was detained.
All right, he was detained. Because you told him don't go.
Correct.
If he had walked away, he would have stopped him, right?
Yes.
What did you look at, if anything, before you came here today to prepare for your testimony?
My body camera footage and Trooper Alenardo's his investigation report.
Okay, so Alenardo's investigation report and your body worn camera.
Correct.
So, did you start at state police or did you go to local?
I started my career as a Class 2 officer.
Wow.
Wildwood City.
That's the fun one.
Yes.
So you went to the academy, that's
Yes.
trained how to write reports.
Yes.
When you write a report, you write reports, sorry, train to write reports, right?
Yes.
When you show up at a scene and you gather information, you write that down.
Correct.
And then eventually you take that information that has the details of the incident, you put it in the report, right?
Yes.
You're required to write a report in the statutes of New Jersey, right?
I was not required to report.
You're not aware of that statute? No. New Jersey Statute 39:4-131. No. Not aware of that statute that requires you to write a report if you investigate an accident?
Yes.
Okay. So you're not familiar with the statute that says you have to write a report? Indeed, in this case, you didn't write a report, did you?
I did not write the accident report or the investigation report. No.
You didn't write a report, right?
No.
Some point, did you talk to the witnesses?
Yes, I did.
And was that before Trooper Alenardo arrived?
I just inquired if they were involved.
Did you go back and talk to those witnesses to get a more detailed version of the events?
Yes, I did.
Was that before Trooper Alenardo?
No.
So Trooper Alenardo was there when you were talking and getting work. Right.
Yes. Yes.
In fact, at some point, those 2 victims were identified by name, correct?
Eventually, yes.
That they were the Gaudreau.
Yes.
And was Trooper Alenardo aware of that prior to having Mr. Higgins expired?
Objection. Basis. How does he know? How it's calls for speculation on what Trooper Alenardo knew at that time. Mr. Swartel, please.
Did you tell Trooper Alenardo the 2 victims on the side of the road were the Gaudreau brothers?
No, sir. At that time, they were not identified.
Okay, so at the time that, if you're time that Trooper Alenardo asked Mr. Higgins to perform the standardized field sobriety, were you aware that he knew that the victims would be broken?
No.
Thank you. Any redirect, Mr. Messer?
Yes, Your Honor. Briefly, Sergeant. On your uniform, I see there's like an empty black box. What is that for?
That will hold my body worn camera.
Did you wear one on the day in question?
Yes, I did.
And you indicated that you prepped today by washing your body worn footage. Is that correct?
Yes, I did.
Now, when you initially arrived on scene, did you have that on as you were traveling to the scene?
No, I did not.
Why did you not have that on?
At the time, I hadn't encountered anyone to meet anyone of the public as I was traveling to the accident scene.
And so there was no recording of your interaction with the defendant on the day in question, right?
No, because I was approximately a quarter mile away from the scene. I didn't anticipate that I would encounter any prior to that.
And once you arrived on scene, did you activate your body worn camera?
Yes, I did.
And was it working on that day?
Yes.
And did it record? How much of your interaction on scene did it record?
Like approximately 40 minutes.
Safe to say the entirety of your investigation on scene?
Yes.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Thank you, Sergeant. You can step down. Keep in mind your testimony subject to seat registration. Please stuff it in. Yes. Mr. Mester, and you may call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. At this time, the state would like to call Trooper Harding from the New Jersey State Police to testify.
-131.
Sorry, how are you? Ricky, coming to the box, remain standing, and please raise the right hand. Swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Yes, sir. And may I have a seat? Thanks, sir. Thank you. Mr. Mester.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Trooper.
Morning, sir. How are you?
Good. Where are you currently employed?
New Jersey State Police.
And how long have you been employed with the New Jersey State Police?
Just a little over 2 years.
And do you have any?
I'm sorry, I'm going to interrupt for a moment. Trooper, can you just please identify yourself for the record?
Yes, sir. My name is Trooper Harding. Trooper Zachary Harding. Badge number 9160.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. And did you have any law enforcement experience prior to your term at the state police?
No, sir, I did not.
And what are your duties currently with the New Jersey State Police?
In the field operations section.
And what do you do in that section?
That consists of like general policing, accidents, calls of service, things of that nature.
And you work the road, as they say, on patrol?
Yes, sir.
And has that been your duties the entire time that you've been with the state police?
Correct, sir.
And I want to direct your attention to August 29th, 2024. You remember that date?
Yes, sir, I did.
And were you working on that date?
I was, sir.
Do you recall what shift you were working?
I was on a night shift, so 6 p.m. to 6 a.m.
And during that shift, I want to direct your attention to around 8:30. Do you remember that time frame?
Oh, yes, sir.
And during that time frame, did you receive a call regarding a traffic accident that you responded to?
Yes, sir, we did.
And what information did you get when you initially heard that call?
The call came out as a motor vehicle accident where 2 pedestrians on bicycles were struck.
And Where were you when you got that call?
If I recall correctly, I was at the station, the Woodstown station.
And how far away was that from the scene?
Approximately, I'd say 10 minutes.
And so you left the station and you went to the scene, is that correct?
Correct, sir.
And was there any information regarding the status of the individuals that were riding bikes?
I believe while I was en route, the status was that they were still alive, but they were obviously serious bodily injury at the time.
And so once you arrived on scene, from what direction did you come to the scene?
Coming to the scene, I was coming down Pedricktown, Woodstown Road, and I made a left on the Pennsville Auburn Road, which the road that the accident was on. Direct-wise, I'm not too sure.
Who did you encounter first when you arrived?
When I first arrived to the scene, like I said, I made a left on the Pennsville Auburn Road, and right at that intersection, there was a witness there. I don't remember her name. At the time, I wasn't the one that got her information. I just got a brief statement from her, and then I went and made my way down.
And that witness, what information did she give you?
She advised that she had witnessed the accident, had turned around, came upon the defendant's vehicle, witnessed him outside the car, asked if he was okay, and then stated that the defendant had told her that he was coming from Taco Bell, that he'd been drinking, and then gave a brief synopsis of what he said that occurred for how the accident occurred.
And did she give you a recitation of how the accident occurred from what the defendant had told her?
Correct, sir.
And what do you recall what that was?
She stated that the defendant had said that he was traveling down the road, going to pass a car that was in the left lane, and then struck two pedestrians.
And so once you finished talking with her, did you ask her to stay there?
Correct.
And for what purpose?
I advised her that if she could to stay to the side, I would have another trooper come down and grab her information, get a more formal statement. That way, I can go down to the scene and make contact with the defendant and where he's at.
And was the idea that after that happened, she'd be free to go?
Correct, sir. Once she gave the pertinent information to the other trooper and her statement.
So once you left her, where did you go? Who did you encounter?
At that point, I left her, went down to the defendant in his vehicle where she described that it was.
How far away was that?
Approximately maybe 1/10 of a mile.
From where she was, could you see the defendant's vehicle?
You could.
Could or could not? I apologize.
Could, sir.
Thank you.
Yes.
And so once you approached the defendant's vehicle, could you just describe it real quick for us?
Yes, sir. Parked my car on the right shoulder. He was in the opposite lane in the grass shoulder there. The front was damaged. The headlights were off and the hazards were on.
And what type of vehicle was it?
It was a black Jeep. Can't recall the model, but it was a black Jeep.
Was it the type of Jeep where you could remove the top and have it open air?
No, it was enclosed.
And so he indicated the defendant was outside his vehicle. Is that correct?
Correct, sir.
And did you talk to him at all at that time?
At that time, no. I'd exit my vehicle and made way to pretrial.
Trooper Alenardo was already on scene?
Correct.
And did you relay any information to Trooper Alenardo?
Correct, sir. I relayed the same information that the witness had given.
And he indicated the defendant was there. If the defendant was in the courtroom today, would you be able to recognize him and point him out for us?
Yes.
Is he in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Could you please point him out and just briefly describe where he's at?
So he's going to be in the on the table to the right of me, 3 on the left.
Please allow the record to reflect the witness has identified Mr. Higgins as defendant. Counsel, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. So were you the one that initially approached the defendant at that time, or somebody else?
After I had went up to Trooper Alenardo and told him exactly what the witness had told me, at that time is when we had approached the defendant. We approached the defendant at the same exact time.
And did you initiate any kind of questioning at that time, or did somebody else?
No questioning from myself. No.
Do you know if anybody did?
The Trooper Alenardo.
And do you know if there were any other troopers on scene at that time? Yeah.
At that time, I believe it was myself, Trooper Alenardo, Trooper Crespo had just shortly gotten there, and then Trooper Francesco.
And so there was 4 of you there, is that correct?
Correct.
And Trooper Alenardo was the one that was questioning the defendant, is that correct?
Correct, sir.
At any point, did you have any interaction with the defendant?
Oh, yes, I did.
At what point?
Once Trooper Alenardo was done asking the questions, the initial question, when we walked up together, I then went to the front of the car, assessed the damage, and at that point, Trooper Alenardo went back to his troop car to handle some, just kind of make some phone calls. And then from there, I was just remaining with the defendant for the time being.
And was there any interaction between you two at that time?
Correct, sir. I advised him, you could take a seat in the car if you wanted to. Told him to take a few deep breaths. He took out a cigarette, advised me I was okay with him smoking the cigarette if he wanted to. That's why we kind of figured out what was going on.
And about how long was that interaction that you had where Trooper Alenardo was away from where you guys were?
I would say approximately maybe a minute.
And so while you were interacting with them, about how close were you to the defendant?
I was probably about 5 to 7 feet away from him.
And were the other troopers with you as well, or were they kind of off doing something else?
At that point, I was by myself.
And how many vehicles do you recall, trooper vehicles, were in that vicinity?
Say 4 or 5.
And at that time, when you were interacting with the defendant, did you have any idea as to the status of the individuals that were struck?
I did, sir.
And what was that?
That they were fatalities.
And at that time, did you know that the fatal unit had been called and crime scene had been called?
Yes, sir.
And at that time, was there any indication from what you had and from your experience that criminal charges were going to be flowing from this investigation?
At that time, I had no indication of criminal charges that would be pending.
And so, your interaction, was there any, could you just describe his demeanor while you were talking to him for us?
Yes, sir. He was very worked up, just pacing back and forth, wouldn't sit still.
Now he's pacing back and forth. At any time during your interaction with him, did you try and kind of curtail that or tell him where to go or to sit down?
No, I didn't.
And so he was kind of free to move about while you were interacting with him?
Yes, sir.
Did he at any time ask to leave the scene?
No, he did not.
Did you specifically tell him that he was not allowed to leave the scene?
I did not ask, only because he made no. He didn't advise that he was going to, because he wanted to leave the scene.
You indicated at that time you didn't know of any criminal charges, so it might seem weird, but I'll ask it anyway. Was he under arrest at that time?
At that time, he was not.
Is it fair to say, though, that he was detained?
Correct, sir.
And so I see you're in a typical trooper uniform that one would wear on patrol. Were you in the same type of uniform on the day in question?
Yes, sir.
And I see there's a black box on your right side. Could you let us know what that is for?
This is the mount for my body-worn camera.
And on the day in question, did you have your body-worn camera equipped on your uniform?
Sorry.
Was it operational on the day in question?
Yes, sir.
And when you arrived on scene, did you activate your body-worn camera?
Yes, sir.
Did it record your interactions with the defendant on the day in question?
Yes, sir.
And prior to coming in here today, did you review that footage to refresh your recollection?
Yes, sir, I did.
And if I were to show you the portion of that footage where you interact with the defendant, would you recognize that as the footage that captured your interaction with the defendant on the day in question?
Yes, sir, I would.
Your Honor, at this time, I have in my CD player what I've marked as S1, which is Trooper Harding's body-worn camera footage with his interactions with the defendant on the day in question.
And you want to mark that S1 for identification?
Correct. It is marked as S1. And
Any objection to S1 for identification, counsel?
For identification purposes, no, no objection.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to play S1 for the court.
All right, you may.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Judge, are we paying the whole video? Because if there's...
Ask Mr. Mester, and that I don't know.
We play it.
No.
Just start that.
No.
Okay.
It's just the interaction with the defendant.
Got it.
I just had knee surgery on front.
So, no worries. I said just and I know it's a lot right now. Just if you want to just take a seat right there. You sit down, still face out the car, but just want to just take a seat right there. Just kind of breathe a little bit. Just kind of so serious, fine too. You can do it. I don't mind.
Anybody dead back there?
I just got here. I have no idea. Were they so you hit people that were they on bikes or they walking?
Last I saw was a bunch of bikers. That's probably why the Jeep in front of me blocked me from passing him. So I went back into this lane. Right in the bike.
So you're going down this way?
So the Jeep was coming this way. He was in front of us.
So you were traveling.
I'm going this way.
You're traveling
this like that over there.
Okay.
The Jeep in front of me was doing like 30 miles an hour. I'm like, I'm going to pass these guys.
On the left here?
On the left.
Okay.
The Jeep started going over to the left lane. And I pulled back over in front because I was passed. There's two cars. The Jeep. I passed back over because he was blocking this lane right into bikers. So apparently the Jeep was warning us that there are bikers on the road. Jeep Wrangler. It was a Jeep Wrangler. Father-in-law lives right down the street. He's trying to get to me. I'm like, you can't get down here.
Go down to that car down there with the houses on.
Yeah.
Get the just tip. Hey, Trooper told me to come down to you to get the information. She brings just and reached out earlier, and she was kind of I don't know if she went. She's trying to get her information. I will. Thank you. Where are you coming from, sir?
So, Trooper, was that an accurate depiction of your interaction with the defendant?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, the state would like to submit S1 into evidence at this time.
Any objection, counsel?
The purpose? I object, Judge.
I'm sorry?
For the purpose. We just seen it. I need an offer as to why we're putting that in evidence.
Mr. Messer?
It's the defendant's statement to the trooper in his own words. It's evidence.
For the court's consideration for the motion?
For the motion, yes.
Any objection?
Now I don't object.
Excuse me?
I don't object.
All right, so S1 is an evidence without objection.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, where you were with the defendant, were you able to see what was going on at the actual crash scene?
I could see not precisely what was going on, but I could see the troop cars where the accident actually occurred.
And that was some distance away, is that correct?
Correct.
And how far away was it from your understanding as to how far away it was?
Approximately a quarter of a mile.
And did you know any of the details of what happened from any of the troopers that were down there when you were talking with the defendant?
No, I did not.
And so at that time, you didn't know the status of what was going on. Is that correct?
I knew the status of the victims. However, I did not know the status of what had occurred.
You indicated that you knew that at that time the crime scene unit had been called and the fatal accident unit had been called.
Correct, sir.
Thank you, Trooper. Nothing further.
Thank you.
Mr. Patel?
Judge.
Can I approach?
You may.
Just show the citizen, yes.
Who's that? 151, and it's in court.
On, sir. For the state police?
No, sir, I was not.
You've been on the state police for 2 years?
Just a little over 2 years, sir.
A little over?
Yes, sir.
Shift
Correct, sir.
at 6 p.m. to 6 a.m.
Yes, sir.
in uniform,
Yes, sir.
assigned to a troop car
Yes, sir.
out of the barracks of Woodstown.
Yes, sir.
Call from dispatch about the accident.
Yes, sir.
In the car when you heard it, or you were at the station?
At the station, sir.
You walked out of the station.
I'm not exactly sure I know I was at the station, whether I was in my troop car or.
Well, actually, it's a regular car.
Correct, sir.
And you drove to the milepost where the accident was.
Correct, sir.
And the street you got?
Pennsville Auburn Road, sir.
When you got there, was Trooper Allen Auto there?
Yes, sir.
And you spoke with him?
Yes, sir.
Did you speak to him face to face about the accident?
Yes, sir.
Did you speak to him on the phone about the accident?
No, sir.
You said that at one point, you and Trooper Allen Harvey were together. Then he left to go to his car, correct?
Yes, sir.
For about a minute.
Yes, sir.
And you said he made some phone calls.
Yes, sir.
How many phone calls?
I'm not sure, sir. I wasn't in the car with him.
Okay, do you know that he made a phone call?
Not necessarily. Not necessarily, sir.
When you testified he left to go to his troop car and make phone calls, do you know if he did it or you just assume?
Misspoke, sir.
Do you know that he did it or are you assuming?
Assuming he made a phone call, sir.
So you don't?
No, sir. I didn't.
But you didn't talk to Trooper Allen about the accident on scene on yourself?
No, sir. It was in person.
Oh. Mr. Master got to play the video of yours body on that.
Correct, sir.
But you have a report, right?
No, sir.
Did you write a report?
No, sir.
Did you investigate an accident?
Yes, sir.
Were you ever told that the academy, pursuant to New Jersey statute, you're supposed to write a report?
Yes.
You were told.
Can you repeat again, sir?
You were in the academy. Were you told when? Was there?
Yes, sir. For the primary trooper.
Okay.
Trooper Allen, sir.
You weren't.
No, sir.
Second area, third area, I don't know, the third area is.
Whatever it may be, sir. Yes.
So you're not leaving. So you're understanding that you're not supposed to write a report.
To my knowledge, sir. Yes.
So just everything gets caught on you or body worn camera, right?
Yes, sir.
Well, you said that you testified you were about 5 or 6, maybe 7 feet away from Mr. Higgins when you were speaking with him. You smell a odor out from him.
No, sir. I did not.
When you were talking to him that we saw on the camera there, he was smoking. You got to see his demeanor, right?
Yes, sir.
He's smoking.
Yes, sir.
He's upset.
Yes, sir.
Shaken up.
Of course, sir. Yes.
Looks a little frightened.
Yes, sir.
Really concerned.
Yes, sir.
Really upset.
Yes, sir.
In fact, he asked you, is there anybody dead that?
Correct, sir.
Did that give you an indication that he was concerned that he may have killed somebody?
Yes, sir.
Because he hit him with his car.
Correct, sir.
Okay. And then any indication speaking to them that he had been drinking?
I had no indication other than what the witness had said that he had stated to her.
Okay. In your mind, when you were talking to him, as we saw in the video, did you see any indication that would cause you in your mind to think that Mr. Higgins was under the influence of any alcohol?
At that time, for me, no, not on scene, but just the witness's testimony gave some reasonable suspicion.
So the witness's testimony or the witness's statements at the scene
Right.
gave you reasonable, what'd you say, reasonable
Suspicion.
that he was under the influence?
Yes, sir.
Did it give you reasonable suspicion then that he was driving under the influence?
No, sir.
Did you have any indication that after the accident, Mr. Higgins drank? Such that he was under the influence?
No, sir, I did not. But that's for me to prove.
Okay. The witnesses said
Right.
he drank.
Right.
You found it.
Correct, sir.
But when you were talking to him, you didn't think he was under the.
At that time, I didn't know. We hadn't put him through standard field sobriety tests yet.
Your observations of the defendant,
Yes, sir.
Mr. Higgins, before you talked to the witness,
Right.
did you think he was under the influence of alcohol?
I couldn't confirm or nor deny that.
Not necessarily confirmed this. Did you formulate an opinion just based on seeing Mr. Higgins'
Due to the
demeanor?
Correct.
He was under the influence.
arriving on scene, totality of the circumstances, we have a witness statement and we have an accident. I had no odor on scene, like you're asking me. That's where we do standard field sobriety to ensure that, like I said, the witness made that statement. The witness advised me that he had stated that to her. At that time, that's for law enforcement to confirm that. Obviously, it's just a witness statement to him. We have to confirm that ourselves.
What we saw here
Correct, sir.
is before you spoke with the witness. Back before you knew that Mr. Higgins.
The clip we just played was after. The very first thing I did was speak with the witness.
When you spoke with the witness said she thought that Mr. Higgins was drinking or had said
Said that he was drinking.
video.
Yes, sir.
At that point, did you know when you were in Mr. Higgins that he had been drinking?
At that time, I did not know.
So the witness told you when you arrived on the scene that he was drinking. Then you talked to him, you didn't know that.
Not that he was drinking. She stated that when she asked if he was okay, at that point, he advised her that he had been drinking, not that he was actively drinking.
Is that before or after what we saw on the video?
That was before.
Okay. So before you had the interaction with him,
Correct.
you knew that Mr. Higgins said he was drinking from the witness, right?
Yes, sir.
Let's get back to this in the video.
Yes, sir.
Do you have an opinion of whether he was intoxicated knowing that he had been drinking when you observed?
Eject. It's been asked numerous times.
Well, hold on. At this point, I'm going to sustain the objection because you asked the witness if he had an opinion as to whether or not he was intoxicated at the time.
Well, believe.
And I guess the fairer question is, did you make any observations that led you to believe And Mr. Higgins was intoxicated at the time you approached him?
At the time I approached him, sir, no, there was nothing that I had other than totality of circumstances, which is witness statement and an accident that had occurred.
Thank you, Trooper.
Yes, sir.
Wait. Okay. So you didn't have that belief at that time?
Correct, sir.
But you did know at some point at the scene that two people had died?
I did, sir.
Did you know they drove other people?
I had no understanding of that.
You testified when Mr. Messner had asked you at the scene when you were talking to Mr. Higgins. He said that he was free to move about while Trooper Lenora had walked away, correct?
Yes, sir.
But he was free to move about just the scene, right?
Correct, sir. Just in the general. Correct. Just in the general vicinity of where we were at that current time.
Yeah. If he tried to walk away, stop. Right?
Yes, sir. I would have said so.
Pretty evidence.
Yes, sir.
This is what you said. You used the word he was detained.
Yes, sir.
So he wasn't free to leave.
Yes, sir.
You were in uniform?
Yes, sir.
When Trooper Lenora arrived, was he in uniform?
Yes, sir. He was.
Sergeant Flanagan?
Yes, sir.
So
Yes, sir.
all
Yes, sir.
he was Trooper Francesco.
Yes, he was, sir.
Did Trooper Repose arrive?
She arrived, but I never had any interaction with her that night on scene. Same thing goes for him. I can't say I didn't see him on scene. I never had any interaction. Yes, sir, I was.
And at that time, when he was performing the test, how many trooper cars were there? About 4?
That's accurate, sir.
Lights on, the cherries on.
Trooper Alenor had turned his off. That's all I recall. I remember Trooper Alenor turning it off for that purpose. Other than that, I don't recall if any other troop cars had their lights on or off, but I know that Trooper Alenor turned his off.
And there were other emergency vehicles there, was it?
Correct, sir.
Little fire trucks.
Yes, sir.
Those fire trucks had their lights on.
Yes, sir. I imagine so.
Ambulances.
Yes, sir.
And they had their lights on.
I believe so. Yes, sir.
Have you investigated in your 2 years as a state trooper other motor vehicle accidents where there were fatalities?
Yes, sir. I have.
Have you ever investigated one in the 2 years that you've been a state trooper involving a drunk driver?
Yes, sir. I have.
How many?
Maybe 2. Yes, sere.
Were they fatalities?
Yes, sir.
Have you stopped anybody for drunk driving?
Yes, sir.
Stop somebody for drunk driving, was an accident, no fatalities.
Yes, sir.
They go a little bit more smoothly than like Mr. Higgins.
Yes, sir.
Because you team WI, I agree. Trooper sees the driver operating a vehicle, right?
Yes, sir.
And that car, that pulled its lane, so there's just another motor vehicle infraction, right?
Yes, sir.
You witness that, you turn your lights on, right?
Yes, sir.
You effectuate the motor vehicle stop.
Yes, sir.
But you ask the person for their driver's license,
Yes, sir.
registration,
Yes, sir.
and door.
Yes, sir.
And then you can smell the person had alcohol in it.
Correct.
And if you have to get them out of the car,
Yes, sir.
some question whether they've been drinking.
Yes, sir.
They say yes, you're gonna have them do field strike vest.
Likely have them do standard for sobriety anyway, just to be sure.
Okay. And if your suspicions are confirmed, you're arrested and you would take back to the station, you have the person blown into the alcohol test machine, right?
Yes, sir.
Right. That's the routine traffic stops, right?
Typically, sir.
Okay. This one was not a typical stop, was it?
Of course not, sir.
No,
No.
this one was much more complicated,
Sir.
much more in depth,
Sir.
right? Not a routine.
Sir. Judge, actually, Matt.
Oh, yeah.
Any further questions?
Wasn't sure where he's.
Any further questions?
Oh, I'm sorry, Judge. No, thank you.
Mr. Messenger, redirect.
Yes, Your Honor. Now, you just testified that there was EMTs, fire trucks, and emergency vehicles on scene. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Is it safe to say they weren't on scene where you were at? Is that correct?
Correct, sir.
And they were in where the actual crash took place. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. That quarter of a mile away.
And there was 4 officers or troopers with you at that end of the scene. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And they were in uniform?
Yes, sir.
How many of the 4 actually had direct interaction with the defendant on the day in question?
At any point in time? Or
While you were there during the questioning and the field sobriety tests?
probably I believe three of us.
Okay, it was you and Trooper Alenardo, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And did anyone else ask any questions?
Questions? I don't think so.
So the other 2 were there, but they weren't actively involved. Is that correct? Is that fair to say?
Yes, sir.
And you said that there was 4 vehicles, troop vehicles at that scene. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. If I had to say, about 4.
Now, when you approach and have investigated traffic accidents, is it unusual to have multiple troopers on scene?
No, it's not.
Is it unusual for those multiple troopers to fan out and ask questions from people that may be there?
No, it's not.
And is it unusual to have multiple troop cars on scene?
No, sir.
And so is it fair to say that this was typical of a car accident?
Yes, sir.
And is it fair to say that there wasn't any?
Objection, Judge, it's all leading here. It's on direct, we have to have it. And that's Rule 104C.
And I'll sustain the objection, Mr. Messenger, if you can rephrase your question so that they're not leading.
Okay. Is it unusual? Was this an unusual situation, or was it handled in an unusual way from any other traffic accident that you were involved with?
I would say it's an unusual accident. I don't know. I wouldn't say it was handled in any unusual way.
And in what way was it unusual?
Just like I said before, the totality of circumstances. You have accident, a fatal accident.
And is it typical to have one vehicle a quarter mile away and then you have the actual accident scene, the crash scene, separated from those?
Yes, sir. It can happen.
Okay. And now, just because you suspect somebody might be intoxicated, does that always lead to criminal charges?
No, it does not.
And what would you need to do to issue the DWI ticket if you suspect that there might be intoxication involved?
Right. You would conduct standard field sobriety tests. And then from there, depending on how the totality of circumstances are,
issue the ticket based
Correct.
on what you observe?
Correct. Yeah. Yeah.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Regarding the step downs, keep in mind with testimony is subject to sequestration. Please don't discuss it with anyone else.
Sir.
Thank you very much. All right, counsel, at this point, we're going to take about a 15-minute recess.
15?
A 15-minute recess. All right.
May I approach with this, Your Honor?
You may. Is that
S1?
for the clerk?
Yes.
Thanks. All right, we're going to stand in recess for approximately 15 minutes.
To the stand, Trooper Crespo from the New Jersey State Police.
Morning.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Yes, sir. You may have a seat. Mr. Meston, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Morning, Trooper.
Morning, sir.
Could you please state for the record your name?
Trooper Adam Crespo, badge number 8876.
Trooper, how long have you, where are you currently employed?
New Jersey State Police, specifically at the Woodstown Station.
And how long have you been working for the state police?
I'm in my third year.
And what are your current duties as a trooper?
As of right now, we're field operations, so we just respond to calls of service, such as domestics, motor vehicle accidents.
And has that been your position since you've been with the state police?
Yes, sir.
And I want to direct your attention to August 29th, 2024. Do you remember that date?
Yes, sir.
And were you working on that date?
Yes, sir.
And were your duties on that date the same as you indicated are your duties today?
Yes.
And do you recall what shift you were working?
Night shift, sir.
And what time and does your night shift start?
Either 5 p.m. or 6 p.m.
And then how long does that last?
12 hours, so either 5 p.m. to 5 a.m. or 6 p.m. to 6 a.m.
I want to direct your attention to around 8:30 on that day in question. Do you remember that time frame?
Yes.
And at that time frame, did you get a call regarding a traffic accident?
Yes.
And what information, if any, did you get when you got that call?
So it came out as two bicyclists struck by a motor vehicle.
And did you have any information other than that?
At the time, no.
Did you have the location?
Yes, we had the location.
And where were you when you received that call?
I believe I was coming back from a call from Quinn Township.
And did you immediately respond to that scene?
Yes.
And when you arrived on scene, what did you see, or what part of the scene did you arrive at?
I arrived when Trooper Alonado was beginning his field sobriety test.
And was that with the suspect?
Yes.
And is that individual in the courtroom today?
Yes.
And do you recognize him as the suspect at that time that you was working with?
Yes.
And could you please point him out and describe where he's sitting for us, please?
It's going to be the third male behind the table with the orange.
The table next to me?
Yes.
And please allow the record to reflect Trooper Crespo has identified the defendant, Mr. Higgins, at counsel table.
Thank you, Your Honor. They indicated that Trooper Alonado was administering the field sobriety test when you arrived on scene. Is that correct?
Yes.
And do you recall how many other troopers were on the scene at that time?
Myself, Trooper Harding, Trooper Alonado, Trooper Francesco, and Trooper De Jesus.
And outside of Trooper Alonado interacting with the defendant, was anybody else actively interacting with the defendant at that time?
No.
And while you were on scene, when you arrived, did you have any active interactions with the defendant at that scene, at that time?
Other than helping with handcuffing and put him in the back of my vehicle, no.
Did you question him at all when you were on scene?
No.
And so at some point, the defendant was arrested. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And you assisted in that arresting him. Is that correct?
Yes.
And at that time, did any of the troopers advise the defendant of his what's typically known as his Miranda rights?
Yes.
And was that you, or was that somebody else?
No, that was Trooper Alonado.
And was there anybody else assisting you in arresting the defendant?
Trooper Harding.
And so he was arrested. Do you recall whose troop car he was put into?
He was put in my troop car.
And what did you do once he was put in your troop car?
I advised dispatch that I was basically going back to the station for processing, and then I departed the scene.
So you transported him back to the Woodstown station?
Yes.
During that transport, did you have any active conversations with the defendant in your vehicle?
No.
And once he was at the station, did you have any active conversations with him there?
Other than handcuffing to the bench? No.
Now, I want to back up to the reading of the Miranda warnings. When they were read to him, did you observe his answers to the questions that the trooper was giving him at that time?
I kind of was focused on the search, but when I went back and watched the body cam, I did hear him. Can I say?
Objection, Your Honor. That'd be hearsay. It's an out-of-court statement being offered for the truth of the matter asserted. If at the scene and he personally observed it, that's one thing. But for him now to testify in court, what he watched somewhere else, that's hearsay.
Mr. Mester?
Your Honor, it's the defendant's statement.
This doesn't matter. This is not just for that. It goes for the observations as to what was read to him by another trooper and what was answered to each time. Again, if he could testify, yes, I recall specifically this is what occurred. He just testified that he was focused more on the search. Not on that. He said he then went back and watched the video. So one, we could watch the video. Two, we the actual officer did it. But for him to testify as to what he watched, again, it's hearsay.
So, Mr. Mester, it seems as though the witness has no firsthand knowledge, so I'll sustain the objection.
Thank you, Your Honor. No problem. So when the defendant, you placed him in cuffs and arrested him, you indicated you searched him. Is that right?
Yes.
And at that time, from what you remember on the day in question, that was when Miranda was read to the defendant. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And was there any indication that he did not want to speak to anybody at that time?
No.
And so once he was at the station and he was being processed, is that correct?
Yes.
At any time in that evening, did you transport the defendant to another location?
Yes.
And where was that?
To the hospital in Superior Mannington.
And what was the purpose of that?
To get a blood draw.
And were you the only trooper that was at Mannington Hospital with the defendant?
No.
Who else was there?
Trooper Leonardo.
And on your way to the hospital, did you have any active conversations with the defendant in your vehicle?
No.
Now, at Inspira, were there any conversations that you had with the defendant?
Yes.
And on the day in question, I see today that you're in a typical troop uniform. Were you in the same uniform on the day in question?
Yes.
And I see there's like a black box on your right breast pocket. What is that for?
That's to hold my body cam.
And on the day in question, I see is there no body cam on you today?
No, sir.
On the day in question, were you so equipped with a body cam?
Yes.
And on the day in question, was the body cam that you had, was it working?
Yes.
And did you activate your body cam to record the interactions you had with the defendant?
Yes.
Is that the same for when you were at the hospital?
Yes.
And if I were to play clips of your camera footage from the hospital, would you recognize it as your interactions with the defendant on the day in question?
Yes.
And roughly how long were you at Inspira Hospital?
Hour 15, hour 20 minutes.
And your conversations with him, about how long did they take place?
Not long at all.
And so outside of those conversations you had, you didn't have any other conversations with the defendant. Is that correct?
No.
And if I were to play for you those videos, you would recognize them as the videos in question?
Yes.
Your Honor, I have installed in my CD player what I've been previously marked as S2. I'd like to play it for the court at this time.
And S2 for identification is the body worn camera from Trooper Crespo.
It is, Your Honor.
You may.
Smart. You see that? George, at the scene I did, yeah. So she knows. I think what's going on. My friend called 911, didn't connect. They called Emily, like people. The guy was a couple deer. Basically, I was like, what? It was so freaked out. You know, our almost.
Trooper, was that the footage that recorded your first interaction with the defendant?
Yes.
Now, the individual that was talking to the defendant, was that you or was that somebody else?
That was Trooper Alanado.
And where was he when that happened? Was he right next to you in another room, or where was he?
Oh, he was right next to me.
Okay. And what was that setting that we saw the defendant in?
That was one of the rooms in the hospital.
Was the door open at that time?
Yes.
You had another interaction, is that correct?
Yes.
And if I were to play that interaction, would you recognize it as the second interaction you had with the defendant on the day in question?
Yes.
I'd like to play the second clip at this time.
No objection, Judge.
You may.
Are you in any physical pain right now?
She missed the shoulder. So she might want to existing. Yeah. And rotator stuff. Here. Right. No. Once you put my lips in.
Yeah, once we get out of here, I got you.
I know. I should.
What's the last thing you said to her?
People, I had no idea.
And then just hung up? Or
No, she was telling me like my thumb all over.
Gotcha.
When I called my dad to come over, my car. Louis was like aerobatic. Everything just working. I was basically like, my life is over, Emily. I just hit people, apparently. I don't know what the hell I just hit. I think I hit bikers or in the middle of the road in the dark.
Yeah, I'll give her a call.
No, she knows what happened to me. I told her.
There was someone who thought it's not how we wrote Yeah.
Trooper, that footage that we just saw, was that an accurate recording of your interaction or questioning of the defendant on the day in question?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, state would like to submit S2 in evidence for purposes of this hearing for Your Honor to review if need be.
Any objection?
No objection to that, Judge.
S2 is an evidence without objection for purposes of today's motion.
Thank you. Now, you indicate you were there for a while, is that correct?
Yes.
And if the defendant at any time needed to use the restroom, did he allow you to use the restroom?
Yes.
And did that in fact actually happen?
Yes.
And so, the defendant was initially in cuffs, is that correct?
Yes.
Do you recall how long he was in cuffs before you uncuffed him?
No.
But he was not in cuffs the entire time, is that correct?
Yeah, he wasn't in cuffs the entire time.
And do you recall if these interactions were before or after the blood draw had taken place?
For the blood draw.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
May, Your Honor.
Thanks, Mr. Feinberg.
Thank you. Now, Trooper, you said when you appeared at the scene, you thought another was still giving you guilt time. Is that right? At the beginning, yes. Well, at this time, first when I got out the car, he informed me to turn off my troop lights, which I did, the headlights and the sirens. And at that point, he started to give the horizontal gaze and stagnance. So you did scan first? Yes. Did you witness the HGN? Yes. After the HGN, all the next was walk and turn test, sir. You watch that? Yes. Like stand test, sir. Where that as well? Yes. Prior or during? During? I don't recall. Instructions as to the walk. Yes. The instructions. They stand. Yes. The recollection is about stance, depending if you had any physical limitations or issues that would impair his ability on the tests. Yes. And did you hear my client give a response? Yes. What did he respond? He had knee surgery. And despite the fact that he said knee surgery is still progress, correct? Yes. Mr. Higgins' physical condition. Physical condition meaning is injured in any way? No. He's disoriented? A little. The airbag. I didn't look at the vehicle. Would you? Yeah. I kind of didn't examine them. Did you hear my client requesting medical that time? No. If that's or to examine him, either prior, during, or after this testing. I don't know about prior, but I know during and after, you know. Saying that police had surgery on this group. You recall it's given any other students. No. I assume that you wouldn't want to place the insecure truth bar for training for correct? Yes. What you observe is like a specific, like a separate report from the primary report? Yeah. No. what we find. So an investigation, you can do a supplemental, like there's a primary trooper and then there's other troopers who, if need be, need to do a supplemental report. But in a case like this, it would just be one primary trooper handling the whole thing. So there would be no need for me to do a supplemental report. Did you take any pictures of that? No. Higgins to be transported to the airport. Yes. As fair said, even though it's the potential, right? Yes. And you see about that still while he's in the hospital. Yes. The medical personnel interacted with the others to see these hospitals. Even if they did not still asking questions like that. Yes. And for the time that you arrived at the and the spirit. It's on you, spirit. Right? Yes. Yes. And then we go back to the barracks. Hospital back to the barracks. It was just me and him as well. And thinking you back. Yes. There were any observations that physical condition for Olive Garden? Say it again. Yeah. Did you feel any observation to Mr. Higgins' system? I don't recall. Thank you. Fair. I don't recall. Would you take and you turn your body? Yes. And so here, did you read Mr. Higgins' Miranda rights and that? No. Mr. Higgins give his Miranda rights after the U.S. Friday has to decide whether he gives him being read his Miranda rights any other time of the study. That I witnessed? No. No.
Any redirect? Yes, Your Honor. During your entire interaction, outside of when the defendant was back at barracks, did you have your body worn camera on?
Say it again, sir.
On the night in question, other than when you were back at the barracks the final time, did you have your body worn camera on?
Other than when I was back at the barracks?
Yes.
Yes.
And did it record all your interactions with the defendant?
Yes.
And once you finally were back at the barracks after the blood draw was completed, did you participate in the formal interview of the defendant?
No.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Thank you, Trooper. You may step down. Keep in mind your testimony is subject to sequestration. Please don't discuss it with him.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, may I approach with S2?
You may.
No objection, Judge.
And S2 is evidence without objection. Counsel, if I may see you all at sidebar. Mr. Weston. Next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. At this time, the state would like to call to the stand Detective Alenardo from the New Jersey State Police.
I love this.
Tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Amen. See, thank you. Mr. Mester, your witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Detective.
Morning.
Could you please state your name for the record
Mark Alenardo,
and badge number?
8847.
Detective, where are you currently employed?
At the State Police Bridgeton Station.
And how long have you been employed with the state police?
Approximately 3 years and 3 months.
And what is your current title and duties?
Detective.
And what are your duties as a detective?
Conduct criminal investigations and long-term investigations.
And I want to direct your attention to August 29th, 2024. Do you remember that date?
Yes.
And were you working on that date?
Yes.
And were your duties on that date the same as you indicated are today?
No.
What were your duties on that date?
I was a road trooper assigned to the State Police Woodstown Station.
And regarding those duties, what were your responsibilities?
General police patrol, respond to calls for service.
And does that involve traffic accidents as well?
Yes.
Now, on the day in question, do you recall what shift you were working?
Night shift.
And when does that shift start and end?
6 p.m. to 6 a.m.
And I want to direct your attention to the time frame of around 8:30. You recall that time frame?
Yes.
And during that time frame, did you get a call regarding a traffic accident or a traffic crash?
Yes.
And what information did you get once you got that initial call?
The initial information provided by dispatch was that a black SUV struck 2 bicyclists and the SUV was not on scene anymore.
And where were you when you received that information?
I was in Mannington Township.
And was there any information regarding the bicyclists at that time?
Initially, dispatch indicated that they were still alive prior to my arrival. Sergeant Flanagan went over the air and stated that they were deceased.
And so, I'm sorry, did you say where you were at the time?
Mannington.
And how far away was that from the scene?
Maybe 10 minutes.
And so, did you immediately respond to the scene?
Yes.
Once you arrived at the scene, what part of the scene were you at and what did you see?
So I approached the crash scene from the south and ultimately parked my troop car because I couldn't get any closer with the amount of emergency vehicles there. Immediately, I found Sergeant Flanagan. He advised me that the striking vehicle was further north on Pennsville-Auburn Road.
Objection. It's hearsay, Judge. If he's saying what the trooper's telling him directly, and it's a Miranda hearing, so Rule of Evidence 104C does not allow for hearsay.
Mr. Lester.
I'm not offering it for the truth of the matter asserted. I'm offering it for what knowledge he had at the time and what he did with that knowledge.
I believe it does fall under the hearsay exception. I'll overrule the objection.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Sergeant Flanagan advised me the driver of the vehicle was further north on Pennsville-Auburn Road. At that time, I got in Sergeant Flanagan's troop car, proceeded approximately a quarter mile north on Pennsville-Auburn Road, where I ultimately made contact with the driver.
Now, before you left that portion of the scene and went to where the striking vehicle, as you described, was, did you have a status of the two pedocyclists?
Yes,
And what was that?
they were deceased.
And did you have any information regarding how the accident unfolded?
No,
And at that time, did you know of anybody that was under arrest for this traffic crash?
no,
Did you know who was at the scene where the striking vehicle was?
no.
And did Trooper Flanagan indicate to you anything about an individual that was at that scene where the striking vehicle was?
Yes.
And what was that information?
He said there was a male that just said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. And Sergeant Flanagan advised him.
That's probably coming in late, but now it's saying that hit him, Judge. That goes directly to the truth of the matter, sir.
Yeah, I'm just going to ask Trooper Alan, if you'll just please limit your testimony to things that you observed and not repeat anything that someone else told you.
So you had some information regarding what happened as far as the accident when you arrived on scene. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did you have an idea of what the vehicle looked like in color and all that for the striking vehicle?
No.
So you got in your car and you drove to where you believe the striking vehicle was. Is that correct?
Correct.
Why didn't you walk?
It was approximately a quarter mile.
And at that time, what was the lighting conditions at the scene?
It was dark.
When you were at where the pedocyclists were, could you see where the striking vehicle was?
No.
So once you arrived at the scene where the striking vehicle was, could you just describe what happened when you initially rolled up to that area?
I observed a black Jeep on the right side of the roadway. I observed a white male kind of pacing back and forth behind the Jeep, talking on the phone. As I approached that Jeep, my passenger window was down. I pointed at the Jeep and asked the male if that was the striking vehicle. He said yes. I asked the male if he was the driver, and he said yes.
And so once he indicated that, what did you do?
I said I'd talk to him, and then I relayed the information to dispatch as to where I now was on Pennsville Auburn Road out with that vehicle. I called out the registration of the vehicle.
And just want to back up. As you're approaching, at that time, did you know whether the fatal accident unit was called on scene or the crime scene unit was called on scene?
Sergeant Flanagan had called for them over the radio.
And so you called dispatch, advised them of what you were doing and where you were. Is that correct?
Correct.
And that scene, the entirety of the scene, what was it classified as you recall?
I'm not sure I understand your question.
Was it classified as a crime scene, a traffic accident, a traffic stop?
At that point, I would say it's an accident scene.
Once you stopped your vehicle and got out, were you approached by any other troopers?
Yes.
Did they really give you any information while you got out?
Yes.
Who was that?
Trooper Harding.
And generally speaking, not talking about specifics of what he said, but what information did you have at that time?
That he briefly spoke to a witness on his way to the scene.
Did that witness give him any information regarding what may or may not have happened during this traffic accident or crash?
Repeat your question.
Did that witness, did Trooper Harding indicate that witness relayed to him some information regarding what may or may not have happened during the crash?
Well, the witness didn't observe the crash. She encountered the driver after the crash.
And so you got some information regarding what the driver allegedly said. Is that correct?
Yes.
And based on that information, did that change your opinion as to what the situation was?
No.
Did that inform you as to how you were going to approach the defendant or the driver of the striking vehicle?
No.
Now, you interacted with the driver of the striking vehicle. Is that correct?
Correct.
And is it safe to say that you were the primary, at some point you became the primary investigator or trooper on this case?
Yes.
And you had significant interaction with the driver of the striking vehicle?
Yes.
Is he in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Could you please point him out for us and describe where he's sitting, what he's wearing?
He's sitting at the table over there, third one from the left.
And what's he wearing?
The orange.
Absolutely. Please allow the record to reflect that Trooper Alenardo has in fact identified Mr. Higgins, the defendant, at counsel table.
Thank you, Your Honor. So, what were you looking for? What were your concerns when you approached the defendant?
Yeah, at the time I was treating it the same as I treated every accident that I've investigated. One of the initial questions is, what happened?
And at that point, how many traffic accidents had you investigated?
I couldn't give you a number.
Dozen? More than a dozen?
Quite a few. More than 50.
Okay. And so when you approached the defendant, what happened?
I'd asked him what happened. The defendant described a series of events, how he was traveling north on Pennsville-Auburn Road, went to pass a vehicle. As he was trying to do so, that vehicle had entered the southbound lane of travel, which prevented him from passing, at which time he cut back into the northbound lane and hit the bikers.
And at that point, once you had that information, did you have any indication that you would be filing criminal charges?
No.
Why is that?
The defendant's brief statement alone that he had provided on scene didn't constitute probable cause for criminal charges at the time.
And so, did you ask any clarifications as to what he said or how things evolved?
Initially, no, I just asked him. I made sure that I understood what he was saying, because his story was quite lengthy, like regarding the two cars that he was following, tried to pass one, that car. I just want to make sure that I understand everybody was traveling the same direction, what direction they were traveling. So,
and while you were talking with him, was there any indication or anything that piqued your curiosity as far as intoxication?
Yes.
And what was that?
I could detect the odor of an alcoholic beverage from the defendant's breath as I spoke with him.
And so what did you do with that information, what you learned?
At the time?
Yes.
Nothing at that time.
And so you had asked him a couple questions. You detected the odor of alcohol in his breath. Did you have enough at that point just to issue charges for DWI?
No.
Why?
Odor alone is not enough.
So what would you have to do?
Field sobriety tests.
Now, did you do field sobriety tests?
Ultimately, yes.
What happened right before?
So after my initial interaction with the defendant, I asked him for his driver's license, and then returned to my troop car, scanned his driver's license in. I contacted my supervisor at the Woodstown station and just gave him an update on where we were. Then I reapproached the defendant, made sure I understand his story and the series of events as he was describing it. I asked him, where he was coming from, where he was going to, and then advised the defendant that I'd be running him through some tests.
And did you ask him about how many drinks he may or may not have had on the day in question?
Yes.
At what point was that asked? Do you recall?
That was during the second encounter with him. So there's a brief first encounter, contacted scanned his ID in the computer, contacted my supervisor, reapproached the defendant. At that time, I asked him how much he had been drinking.
And based on those answers and what you observed, what did you do?
I advised the defendant that I'd be running through field sobriety tests.
Now, during this interaction with the defendant, did anybody else have any direct interaction with the defendant?
While I was interacting with him?
Well, while you were on scene at that point?
When I stepped away to contact my supervisor, I'd asked Trooper Harding to remain with the defendant, and he conversed with him during that time.
Now, while you were asking questions to the defendant, were there any other troopers asking questions as well?
No, when I was talking to the defendant, I was the only one talking to him.
How many other troopers were with you at that part of the accident scene?
4.
And I see, obviously, you are in typical trooper uniform that would be on patrol. Were you in the same uniform on that day as you are today?
Yes.
And were the other 4 troopers in the same uniform as you?
Yes.
And did you see, so you indicated that when you left, Trooper Harding had interactions with the defendant. Is that correct?
Yes.
And did any of the other 3 troopers that were there have any interactions that you know of with the defendant on scene?
Not to my knowledge.
And when you were talking to the defendant, how far away were you from the defendant when you were asking the questions?
Normal speaking distance, maybe 2 feet.
Did you feel like you had to shout or yell at him?
No.
And at the time, was he pacing around, walking around, or did you order him to stop and sit down or anything like that?
Well, as I stated, as I initially approached the scene, the defendant anxiously pacing, spoke very excitedly to me. And during our interaction, while I was talking to him, he was pacing around, yes.
But you never prevented him from moving around on scene, is that correct?
No, correct.
And so once you did he at any time ask to leave the scene?
No.
At any time did you tell him, any time before the field sobriety tests were administered and while they were administered, do you advise the defendant that he was under arrest?
No.
Was he under arrest?
No.
Is it fair to say that he was not free to leave, though?
Yes.
And why is that?
Because at that point, we are conducting an investigation and we need to obtain more facts of what happened that led up to this crash.
And so you were asking, so once you administered the field sobriety tests, what happened after that?
The defendant was placed under arrest.
And that was based off of what?
The totality of the circumstances to include the field sobriety tests.
And what was he arrested for?
DUI, driving under the influence.
And at that time, was he arrested for what happened back at the other crash scene?
No, he was arrested for DUI.
Why wasn't he arrested for what happened at the crash scene?
We had not obtained a formal statement as to what happened. Later down the road, we ultimately spoke to many witnesses that at the time we had very limited information as to what happened a quarter mile down the road at the actual crash scene.
And if there was a crash that involved a death of somebody, does that automatically trigger criminal charges?
No.
And somebody that may be intoxicated, does that automatically, in your mind, trigger criminal charges? If same thing, a crash that involves a fatality.
We need to determine if they're intoxicated.
Once you did that, though, he was arrested. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, once he was taken, he was arrested. Do you recall? He obviously at some point went to the Woodstown station. Is that correct?
Correct.
Do you recall who transported him there?
Trooper Crespo.
And what did you do while he was being transported?
I also went back to the Woodstown station.
And then at some point, there was a blood draw. Is that correct?
Correct.
And where was that?
Where was it conducted?
Yes.
At the Mannington and Superior Hospital.
And were you present for that?
Yes.
And once the blood draw was completed, where was the defendant transported to after that?
Back to the Woodstown station.
And at that time, did you take a formal statement from the defendant?
After we returned to the station, yes.
Okay. And do you recall about how long it was from the time that the defendant was initially arrested to the time that you started or conducted that formal statement?
He was arrested just prior to 9 o'clock, and the interview started around midnight.
Can you recall about how long the defendant was at the hospital?
Approximately 50 minutes.
And do you recall what time that was?
10 p.m. to 10:50 p.m.
So once you were at the station and you conducted the formal interview, were you the only one that interviewed the defendant?
No.
Who else was there?
Detective Repos.
And at any time when the defendant was arrested at a time that you started your interview, the defendant needed to use the bathroom. Did you afford him that opportunity?
Yes.
If he needed a drink, would you make accommodations for him to give him a drink?
Yes.
That was 3 hours, essentially?
Yes.
And did he ask for a drink at some point?
Yes.
And you gave it to him?
Yes.
And so when the defendant was arrested on scene and was being placed on cuffs, was there anything that you were doing?
Yes.
What were you doing?
So procedurally, the defendant was arrested and then searched. As he was being searched, I read him his constitutional rights as per Miranda.
And did you have a card that you were reading off of, or did you do it from memory or something else?
I had a Miranda card.
And where was that Miranda card?
It was placed inside of my hat, my cover.
And did you read right from that card?
Verbatim, yes.
And did the defendant acknowledge every line that you were reading to him?
Yes.
And how far away were you from the defendant when you were reading the Miranda card to him?
2 feet.
And at any time, did he indicate that he didn't hear you?
No.
Did he indicate he didn't understand what was going on?
No.
At any point, did he indicate that he wanted his lawyer and he did not want to talk to you?
At any point throughout the night?
No, when you initially read the Miranda?
No.
Now, when you were talking with the defendant, did you inform him of anything that was going on a quarter mile down the road?
No.
Did he indicate at all that he knew what the status was of the victims here?
No.
And did he ask you what their status was?
Yes.
At what point?
After he was placed under arrest, after he was read his rights, he asked, what happened back there? Is everybody okay?
And did you indicate anything to him at that point?
I told him we would talk about it when we returned to the station.
And you have no indication that he knew while you were questioning him initially what was going on at the other end of the crime scene, right? Or accident scene. So once you were back at the station after doing the blood draw, you were setting up and getting ready for the formal interview. Where did the interview take place?
At the interview room inside of the Woodstown station.
And just prior to the interview room, did you afford him an opportunity to get something to drink or use the bathroom if he needed to?
Yes.
And did he use the bathroom?
Yes.
And did you get him a drink?
Yes.
Roughly how long was this interview?
Approximately an hour.
During the interview, At any point, did he indicate he wanted more to drink?
Yes.
Was he afforded the opportunity to have a drink?
Yes.
And before you even asked any questions during the interview, did you advise him of his rights?
Yes.
And how far away were you from him when you read the rights to him?
Maybe 3 feet.
And about how big was the interview room? Do you recall?
I can't give you dimensions.
And so, at any point when you reread the Miranda warnings to the defendant, did he acknowledge every line that you read to him?
Yes.
Did he indicate at any point he did not want to talk to you? When you first read those formally from the part at the station, did he indicate he didn't want to talk to you?
No.
Did he indicate that he wanted to talk to an attorney?
No.
He indicated he wanted to hire an attorney.
No.
And so with that, you had a formal card, is that correct?
Yes.
At that time? And did you memorialize your reading of the Miranda warnings the second time?
Yes.
And how did you do that?
The defendant signed the card. I signed the card. Detective Repost signed the card. It was dated as well as the time it was signed.
And once that happened, did you interview the defendant?
Yes.
And at any point, was there an issue with the defendant, I guess, indicating something about an attorney?
Yes.
Could you describe what happened?
As the interview progressed, Detective Repost and I asked the defendant questions specifically about his itinerary leading up to the motor vehicle crash. And the defendant had a hard time remembering some times that we thought were relevant to the investigation, specifically as to what time he had left his residence and what time he had made certain phone calls. So we asked the defendant if we could have consent to look at his cellular phone to try and establish that timeline leading up to the crash.
And so what happened when you asked for consent to be able to look at the cell phone?
The defendant asked us if he should have an attorney present and said that he felt, I believe he said, weird, as far as the phone was concerned.
And so did that pull up any alerts for you as to once that happened?
Yes.
And what would those alerts be?
Detective Repost and I stopped questioning the defendant at that time. She advised him that the choice to have an attorney present was strictly personal, and we can't give him advice on that. And, outside of the phone, the defendant was asked if he wished to continue talking to us, to which he said yes.
And with regards to the phone, did you provide clarification, or Detective Repost
Yes.
provide clarification?
Yes.
And once that kind of settled, did you reread Miranda again?
Yes.
And why was that?
Simply because the defendant mentioned an attorney.
And so did you go through the entire Miranda card a second time?
Yes.
And did you memorialize that third reading, or the third time that you informed him of his rights? And was that the same way that you memorialized the second time?
Yes.
Now, anytime during that third time that you advised him of his rights, did the defendant indicate that he wanted an attorney present during that interview?
No.
Did he at any time indicate that he did not want to continue the interview?
No.
Now, at any time when you were reading the Miranda warnings the first, second, or third time, did he indicate he didn't understand what was going on?
No.
Did he respond in the affirmative after every line that you read to him?
Yes.
And that was that memorialized on the card as well?
Yes.
How did you memorialize that on the cards?
On the back of the card is, after each line, we ask the defendant if they understand. And it's yes.
And is there something that you mark on the back of the card?
There's a box that's checked.
Now, you indicated that this interview took place or started around midnight. Is that correct?
Yes.
Was there any indication from the defendant that he was sleepy or tired?
No.
Was there any indication that he, at any time during the interview, that he wanted to stop or take a break?
No.
If he needed to take a break, would you afford him that opportunity?
Yes.
Now, contrasting your interview on scene with the interview back at the station, is it fair to say that the interview at the station was more detailed?
Certainly, yes.
Did you ask more detailed questions as to what happened?
Yes.
And did you get a more detailed idea of how the crash took place?
Yes.
And as a result of that interview, did you issue charges?
Yes.
And what was the status? Strike that, Your Honor. So you indicated that there was actual cards that you and the defendant and Detective Repose had signed as far as Miranda cards. Is that correct?
Yes.
If I were to show them to you today, would you recognize them as the cards that were signed on the day in question?
Yes.
Your Honor, I pre-marked an exhibit S6. I'm showing you defense at this time.
Mhm.
I'd like to approach the witness at this time and then show him S6.
You may.
Thank you. Trooper, I'm showing you what's been pre-marked as S6. If you can take a moment, take a look at it, and once you're done, if you recognize it, just let me know that you're done taking a look at it.
I do. I recognize.
Do you recognize S6?
Yes.
And what is S6?
These are the two Miranda cards that were signed and acknowledged by the defendant during the formal interview that was conducted at the Woodstown station.
Do they have the date and time
Yes.
from the interview?
Yes.
And to your knowledge, have they been altered in any way?
No.
Your Honor, the state would like to submit S6 into evidence at this time for Your Honor's consideration for this hearing.
No objection for that purpose, Judge.
S6 is an evidence for purposes of this hearing.
Thank you, Trooper. Your Honor, if you want to take a break at this time, my next questions kind of go into the body worn camera, and I would be playing the body worn camera. The on-scene camera is about 15 minutes long, so we wouldn't be able to get through it before lunch. And then obviously the interview, as testified, is about an hour long.
All right, based upon our discussion at sidebar, it is approaching 12:30, which is our typical break for lunch. So we will break at this point till 1:30. At 1:30, we'll have Trooper Alanara back on the stand. And at that point, after you finish your question, you may play the body worn camera. Mr. Alanara, we're going to excuse you at this point. You're still under oath and your testimony is subject to sequestration. Please do not discuss your testimony with anyone, okay?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you very much. All right, we are in recess until 1:30.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Judge.
All right. Is that you're the driver? Yes. All right, I'll talk you up there. Is that you're the driver? Yes. All right, I'll talk you up there. I'm 8847. Ticket Jersey Reg, please. X-ray 15 November Romeo X-ray. It's black Jeep. It's gonna be in front box 38. Yeah. 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 Let me talk to this guy. I'll call you right back.
Like that. Yeah. Yeah. I can stand by it, but the doctor said he was freaking out, so they've been drinking, but they want to do this.
Yeah, flashlight.
Just pausing it right here. Who is that trooper right there in the frame? Trooper.
Trooper Harding.
And somebody was talking to you as you were getting out. Who was it that was talking to you?
Trooper Harding.
And generally speaking, what was he relaying to you at that time?
Objection, Judge. Generally speak, I know what Mr. Messern's doing. He's trying to get around the hearsay. I have no problem if the trooper has formulated an opinion based on what was said to him, but asking what was relayed, I don't, if it's going to be hearsay, if he's going to talk about what the trooper said.
Yeah, and Mr. Trooper Harding did testify today. Obviously he relayed whatever it was that he would relay to Trooper Alanoro. So if you'd like to rephrase the question, you may.
I'll withdraw, Your Honor.
Officer, how you doing?
What happened?
I was passing his Jeep on this road.
You were coming this way?
Coming this way, I live in Laurel Hills. He swerved over to this lane. I went back on this lane. There's bikers right on the side of the road. The Jeep I passed, or was trying to pass, went over like I thought he was trying to block me from passing him. And I cut back over into this lane, and there was bikers. And they... What? Oh.
Where are you coming from?
Taco Bell.
Taco Bell?
Yeah.
Where are you heading?
Buttonwood Drive, Laurel Hills.
Okay. Do you have your driver's license on?
Yeah.
All right, so you were coming this way.
There was a Jeep in front of, there was like two cars, and they were going like 40, 30 miles, really slow. So I went to go past them on this side. The Jeep started moving over to this lane. So I cut back in before I was going to run into the Jeep.
So you weren't able to pass the Jeep. You started trying to
He
pass.
came into this lane to block me from passing him. I came back in this lane, and all of a sudden, bikers.
Okay. How far out into the lane were the bikers, do you recall?
They were literally near their shoulder. I guess they were like right here.
True. You stand with him for a second.
Yeah, I'm trying to take you out of the way.
All right. I mean, I smell it on him. Apparently, he said to a witness he's been drinking. I don't know. He said he was coming from Taco Bell. In Pennsville there. Yeah. No, the story's all mixed up. Apparently, like one of the witnesses said he was freaking out and he'd been drinking a little bit. Even if it's closed. Coming 847. Pre-primary, change it to a stop. Driver's gonna be out Phil's pride. All right, where were you coming from, sir?
Taco Bell, Hempsville.
Here's your ID. Where were you before Taco Bell?
My house.
Okay, how much you had to drink today?
I mean, I've been drinking beers, but I haven't had one in like 2 hours.
Okay.
So since the accident, like probably an hour or so.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm gonna run you through a few tests.
Yeah. That's
all right. Go ahead and put that cigarette out.
Yeah. And just FYI, I had surgery on my knee on Friday. So
Okay.
I'm kipping around.
All right. We'll get there.
Man, I think this is
Okay, turn the lights in front of your car real quick. Sir, step over here for me.
Yep.
Right up to his car.
Yeah.
The lights for me. Yeah. Excuse me.
Yep.
All right. What I want you to do, just so you're kind of more my height, is lean back into that bumper, kind of sit on it. Lower, right there. All right. See the tip of my pen?
Yep.
I want you to follow that with your eyes and your eyes only. Don't move your head, okay? Tip up here.
Your top tip?
Yep, top tip. See it?
Yep.
You don't wear contacts?
No.
No? No problems with your eyes?
No.
All right. And you're not injured as a result of the accident?
I'm just freaked out.
Okay. All right. Follow the tip. Don't move your head. Just the tip. Yep. Step out, go right to the center of the road. Right here. Go right here to the line. Yep. All right, stay right there and face me. You mentioned surgery to your knee. How long ago was that?
Friday.
Friday. Is it affecting you right now?
I mean, I'm kipping around. Yeah.
All right. At any point, if you're in pain, just let me know.
Yeah.
All right. The first test we're going to do is the walk and turn. I'm going to put you in the starting position. I want you to hold that starting position until I tell you to begin the test. You understand?
Yep.
Starting position is going to be your right foot in front of your left foot, touching heel to toe, just like this.
Yep.
Hands down to your side. All right. Do you want to take your flip flops off or you want to leave them on?
I'll leave them on.
All right. So you can take that position, right foot in front of your left foot, hands down to your side. All right. When I tell you to begin, you're going to take 9 heel to toe steps forward, counting each step out loud. On the completion of 9 steps, you're going to keep the front foot planted, series of small steps with your other foot, and turn around. Okay, it's going to go like this. 1, 2, 3. I'm doing 3 for demonstration.
Where
You're
were
gonna
you
do
before
9.
Taco Bell?
Completion 9 steps, keeping that front foot planted, series of small steps with your other foot, and 9 heel toe steps back. 1, 2, 3. The entire time, keeping your hands down at your side, you're looking down at your foot and counting out loud. Once you start the test, do not stop until you've completed it. You understand?
Yes.
You may begin.
1, 7, 8, 9.
Like I explained, 9 steps forward, series of small steps, 9 back. Good?
Yeah.
All right. Next test you're going to do is the 1 leg stand. All right. Again, I'm going to put you in the starting position. You're going to hold that starting position until I tell you to begin the test. You understand?
Yep.
Starting position is both hands down to your side, both feet together. Just like that. Touch both feet. All right. When I tell you to begin, you're going to raise 1 leg of your choosing approximately 6 inches off the ground. Keep the bottom of your foot parallel to the ground. Look down at your foot and count out loud 1001, 1002, 1003, so on until I tell you to stop. Remember, you can raise either leg, whatever's going to be best for you and your knee.
Yeah.
All right. So I'm going to demonstrate 1001, 1002, 1003, so on until I tell you to stop.
Yep.
You understand the directions?
Yep.
You may begin.
1, 1002, 1003, 4, 6. Sorry, I'm just freaked out. Like, what am I supposed to be doing again?
I'm counting it out loud until I tell you to stop.
Okay. 1001, 1002, 1003, 1004, 1005, 1006, 2007, 2008, 2009, 10,000, 11,000. It's getting hard.
You said it's been about an hour since your last drink.
About that, yeah.
And how many did you drink?
I mean, like noon today, like 5 or 6.
6 since noon?
Yeah.
Beer or what was it?
Beer. It's beer. Throw away.
All right, turn around, place your hands behind your back. Take this watch off, okay?
Yep.
Yeah, we'll grab everything. What do you need? Your phone, your wallet? Where's that at? I'm seeing, where's your phone?
I want to put them in the back of your car. Or one, I got fine against car. I drove up here.
Phone them.
We have search sheet. I'll talk to you.
I'm just right here, right?
This is your car?
Yep.
Okay.
When I go to that car, I'm going to do it right here. Yep. Your stuff in the car, like, they should not up in the end that right there at the bottom.
Show me nothing.
What's your name again, man?
Sean.
Sean, I'm just going to read you this and use your verbal acknowledgement, okay? You have the right to remain silent and refuse to answer any questions. Do you understand?
Yeah.
Anything you say may be used against you in the court of law. Do you understand?
Yeah.
You have the right to consult with an attorney at any time that have him or her present before and during questioning. Do you understand?
Yes.
If you cannot afford an attorney, won't be provided if you so desire prior to any questioning. Do you understand? Decision to speak to us is not final. You may stop talking to us anytime. You understand?
Everybody okay back there? I mean, what happened?
We'll talk about that when we get to the station. I'm ready for some. Driver's under 14. Search person negative.
Trooper, was that footage that we watched an accurate depiction of your interaction with the defendant on scene?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would like to submit S3 into evidence for purposes of this hearing for Your Honor to consider when making a decision.
Any objection?
No, Judge.
Seeing it is in evidence without objection.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I approach the clerk?
You may.
Just one follow-up question regarding that whole time frame. During the video, we saw a fire truck in the footage. You recall seeing that?
Yes.
Do you know if that fire truck was leaving the scene or was that fire truck responding to the scene?
I don't recall.
And now, I want to fast forward to the recorded interview that you took back at the station. Now, was that interview room, is it equipped with equipment that would be able to record that interview?
Yes.
And that's, would it be audio and visual? Is that correct?
Correct.
And that interview, was it recorded?
Yes.
And prior to coming into court today, were you able to review that footage?
Yes.
If I were to play that for you here, would you recognize it as the recording of the defendant's taped interview on the day in question?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, I have S4 queued up in my DVD player. It's a recording of the interview between the defendant and the troopers on the day in question. I'd like to play it for the court at this time.
Any objection?
No, Judge. Thank you.
All right, you may, Mr.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Very slow. Thank you. This would be the We got the water too. Okay.
Oh, I can have a seat in that red chair.
So, yes, I'm Detective Gaudreau. I'm just here to take a couple pictures and then get out of your hair, all right? If you won't mind just say something that says, well, I'm What's that, if you can face that window now. And I'll put, actually, not. Another turn and face the wall. One more turn away from me. Okay, so do you have any injuries?
No, that's never did we serve.
Oh, what happened?
I said my knee operating on Friday.
Oh, I had that before, it's no fun. Did you go? Yeah, but then. And the other way?
Like this.
What happened to your knee?
Just meniscus tear.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna get out of your hair. You didn't have any other injuries that you can think of, though?
No.
No, is that from your knee surgery as well?
From the hospital.
Okay. All right, is this where you're sitting? Sure. Thank you for your time.
Yep.
Yeah. You see, hang on, let me.
Was anybody able to come on my place? Do you know?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, I was just gonna have you go up real quick.
You sit right in the chair. Trooper Leonardo with the state police.
Thank you, guys.
So I read your rights on scene. I'm gonna read them to you again. It's another verbal acknowledgement that you understand them, okay?
Yeah.
First, spell your first name for me.
John, SEAN.
Last name?
Higgins, HIGGINS.
It's now Friday, August 30th. Well, the right to remain silent, refuse to answer any questions. Do you understand?
Yes.
Anything you say may be used against you in a court of law. Do you understand?
Yes.
You have the right to consult with an attorney at any time. Have him or her present before or during questioning. Do you understand?
Yes.
If you cannot afford an attorney, one will be provided if you so desire prior to any questioning. Do you understand?
Yes.
If the decision speech is not final, you may stop talking to us anytime. Do you understand?
Yes.
Fine. Very bad.
What happened to your knee?
I had surgery on Friday.
Or how bad was it?
It's just tough.
Was it like an old injury, or did you like just hurt it?
Yeah, we'll use over.
Hey, Sean, so obviously you're involved in an accident, right? It resulted in 2 fatalities. So we're trying to get a better understanding what happened, what led up to it. So we just want to start by, if you run us through, where'd you come from, where were you going, and we'll go from there.
It's coming from Taco Bell in Pennsville. Down 40, got rerouted by that warehouse because there's a detour there. So I got rerouted by like the Humane Society, whatever that road is. Spit me out on Pennsville Auburn Road. I live in Piles Grove. Made the right on Pennsville Auburn Road.
As I was coming up to, there was like two cars in front of me, and it looked like they're doing like 20, 30 miles an hour. So of course, my impatience, I live literally 2 miles away.
Do you know what the speed limit is out there?
It's like 50 on that road. On Pennsville, I guess.
Yeah.
45. I saw these two cars coming up, and I decided to, like, I'm just going to go around these guys who are going slow. As I started passing the first car, either a Bronco or a Jeep, one of the square, I thought it was a Wrangler at first, started creeping over into the left lane so I couldn't pass them. I thought, okay, this guy's just being back into the right lane. Not seeing apparently bikers. That's it.
So the first car you passed, can you recall what kind of car that was?
Yeah. I honestly can't. They were kind of bunched up because they were going so slow.
Okay. You estimate they were going about 20 to 30 miles an hour?
I'd say at least 30.
30.
They were going pretty slow. And then I realized that car was moving to the left because there were people in the right lane.
So when you passed the first car, about how fast do you think you were going?
I couldn't have been going that fast because I had to speed up, and my car is not that powerful. Like if I between 30 and between starting to pass them, I had to be like 30 and then maybe 40 by the time I actually got into the right lane. It hit. Did I hit? All I can recall is ducking back into the right lane because I thought this guy was trying to, like, cut me off or whatever. Like, oh, don't pass me.
Like they were upset.
Right. Like I'm trying to pass you and you're going to be in, and sure enough, they're moving over because. Yeah.
So when you pass the first car, you get back into the lane of travel.
It was literally instantaneous. As soon as I got back into the right lane, they were in the lane. They were in the right lane.
Was your intention, you didn't know the bikers were in the road at this point?
My intention was to see what this Jeep guy was doing. Like, is he going to back into the right lane?
Yeah, so was your intention to continue trying to pass him on the right or just stay?
That was not my intention, no. I was trying to get, like, I don't know what this person, they went to the left, not knowing that there's bikers in the right lane. They ducked over, because I didn't know what that person was doing. And I was being impatient. And it was instantaneous. Like as soon as I ducked back into the right lane, I felt the impact, and pretty much everything in my car went dead. I got like airbag warnings happen. So I tried to. That's why when I kept rolling in neutral, basically, I don't know what happened to my shifter. I was in drive. Turn the car off, turn it back on to try and like turn around to see like what the hell I just hit. And then I finally saw the cars coming and waving people on. Sorry, the police and the fire department. So,
did you see anything prior to impact?
No, I didn't even know like what I even hit. Like it was basically instantaneous when the Jeep or Bronco, whatever was in the left lane, I ducked back in. It was like literally as soon as I pulled into the right lane, I felt impact. And that's when I got out of my car and looked at what actually happened. And I see my entire passenger side, like front end, just torn out. So that's impatient driving. Really had nothing to do with me drinking some beers today. That really wasn't a problem. Obviously I had alcohol in my system.
How much did you drink today?
Honestly, don't even know like a number. Maybe like 5 or 6 beers throughout the day.
Where at?
At my house. I work from home. I was sick of calls and.
What do you do for work?
Believe it or not, I work for a substance abuse organization.
Really?
Yeah.
How'd you get into that?
I work in rev cycle stuff. It's just healthcare finance.
Yeah, I got it. So do you like the financial stuff, or are you on like the counseling side of things?
Financial stuff.
Okay, I got you.
But I work with the programs. But yeah. So that's. I think my last call was like
over at 3 o'clock, and I probably just went upstairs, grabbed a couple of beers, came back downstairs, answered emails. I wasn't had no more calls for the day. And then I hungry, went to Taco Bell.
What were you drinking? I know you said beers, like, okay. I gotcha. So to go back to the cars, I know you said that the front car was a Bronco, or so you think?
A Wrangler,
Okay.
Bronco, I don't know.
What about go ahead.
Oh,
I was just gonna say, can you describe the cars for me? Like, I know you said that there's
there
two
was,
cars in
there
front of
was a
you.
sedan, and then it was like a Bronco or a Wrangler. Whoever pulled out into the left lane to make way for the bikers. At first, I thought it was a Wrangler. I was like, why is this Wrangler going so slow up front? And that's when I decided to try to start passing them. And then I see them inching over to the left lane. I thought like they were trying to be, you're not passing me kind of thing. So that's when I got back into the right lane because I was past that car.
When you had made impact, right? So you passed the first car in line, the sedan, we'll call it. Because we don't know exactly what it was. You passed that car. Now the we'll call it a Bronco. Bronco, is it completely in the left lane? It's hugging the center
It was
line?
like hugging the center line when I started trying to go into the right lane.
So 50-50?
No, I mean, they were probably inching closer towards the left lane.
So they were still going.
They were still,
to the left.
And I was like, what is this person doing?
You get completely in the right lane of travel.
I mean, I was probably crossing the median when I struck them.
Okay. Are you still behind that Bronco? Or are you kind of next to them at this point?
I honestly don't remember. As soon as I felt the impact, I felt like I was like side by side with that Bronco or like the Wrangler. Like they were here and I came here. And I think that's when the impact happened.
So if you were side by side, it's safe to say that you're going to pass the car on the right.
I don't know if they slowed down. Yeah, probably. Okay. I don't know. Like I tried to get back into the right lane because I don't know what this person was doing in the left lane. Sorry.
What did you think you hit?
Honestly, I had no idea, but I felt like it was obviously harder than a deer or something. At first, I thought I didn't know what I hit. I was absolutely freaked out. And then my car was like, I couldn't even like push it. When I tried to steer, everything just went dead.
Did you try to brake?
Yes. So I pushed the brakes. I was freaking out, hitting the gas, and it kept like spurting forward. By the time I got to like a stop position, that's why I was like, okay. It feels like I went pretty far. Because I'm hitting the gas, the engine's puttering and whatnot. I don't know what I was thinking. I don't even know why I did that. I stopped, got out of the car. I was just in a state of panic. I don't know what I hit. I honestly didn't think it was two people.
When did you realize two people?
Because the person came up to the side of me and is like, hey, there's injured back there, a passerby before the police came.
So a passerby that wasn't the other two cars?
No, it was like a Kia Sorrento or something, or one of those Kia Tellurides. And a woman, she was like, she was asking me if I was okay.
Okay.
And that's when I was like, I had no idea. Like, and she said, yeah, there's bikes back there. And that's when I dawned on me, like, okay, that I didn't think there would be people riding in the middle of the street on Pennsylvania Road at 7:30, 8 o'clock at night, and then it's dark. So I didn't expect it to be cyclists. So yeah, that's answer your question. No, I didn't realize they were.
Yeah, I
didn't see them. Like I didn't aim for them.
No, I got you. I just didn't know, like, I guess when you realized it. Obviously, I know you didn't get that at the time.
No, it was impact, panic. No idea what the hell I just hit. And that was it.
Who was your first phone call after you realized what happened?
Maybe to my wife. I called 911. It didn't connect. I have a friend, Amelia. I was just panicking.
Going back to the impact, it sounds like you didn't see much, correct? Is that safe to say?
I didn't see anything. As soon as I felt an impact, that was it.
Okay, I'm sure you heard it. You were hearing anything. Was it simultaneous or was it boom, boom? Do you recall any of that?
I don't recall that. I remember just a loud impact on the side of my car. So
kind of going back to like a little bit earlier in the day. So when did you say your last meeting ended?
like 2 or 3.
Okay. And then that was when you started thinking.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
I usually have to, an hour later or 2.
Yeah, I got you.
Yeah.
I got you. Like when you're returning emails and whatnot.
Yes.
How many did you have today?
I'm gonna say between like 5 and 6 before I went to Taco Bell.
Okay. So what time did you go to Taco Bell?
I think I started driving at like 6 something, give or take. Because I remember Phillies were starting at 6:40, and I thought to myself I'd be home before. And then there's a college football game. That's what I was thinking. There's a college football game on. I'll be home, have my Taco Bell, watch the Phillies, and watch this college football game.
So what time do you think you left your house for Taco Bell?
I want to say between like 5:30 and 6.
What time do you think the accident happened?
I thought it was like 8 o'clock, like 7:30, 8 o'clock.
So if you left at 5:30.
I was driving around and I talked to my mom on the phone.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you were spending some time driving around?
Yes.
Were you drinking in the car?
I did have a couple of beers in the car.
Okay. Are they still in the car?
I don't believe so.
Where'd they go?
I also know the window.
Where?
After the accident?
Yes. Because I was petrified. And I was panicking.
How many beers did you drink in the car?
Like 2.
2. Miller Lights?
Yes.
Cans or bottles?
Cans.
And safe to say you tossed them out of the car where your car came to a final rest?
Yeah, and I also had a 12-pack in the back.
Tossed that too?
That was old though. That was actually in the back seat from the previous day that I forgot to take out.
Is that still there?
I put it in the side of the field because I was freaking out.
Do you believe your drinking had any bearing on this accident?
It had a bearing on me being impatient, trying to pass these folks. Sure. It had nothing to do with me. Like, it had everything to do with, my beer consumption did not affect my driving whatsoever. My conversation with my mother and talking to a friend of mine on the phone led me to get upset today. And I just wanted to be home. And then when I saw these 2 cars doing like 30 miles an hour, I became impatient and tried to pass them.
You had mentioned some pain, a lot of pain.
There's some pain, yeah.
What medication did they give you to help with that?
Percocet or Oxy, whatever it's. I don't know. It's on it's Oxy something, but I thought it was Percocet.
When's the last time you took that?
Last night.
Last night?
Before bed, last night.
Is the prescription for that in the car or at your house?
No, there's a bottle on my counter at the house.
Okay.
I mean, do they have you just take it like
it says like 4 to 6 hours. I take 1 every night before I go to bed.
Okay.
That's it. And that's starting on Sunday. I've only taken 3, I think. But 4 of them over the past few nights just to sleep.
Gotcha.
I get impatient. I had beer in my system. Now my life's ruined, pretty much. My impatience, not wanting to wait around, waiting for 2 cars to go 30 miles an hour on Pennsylvania Road where I live 2 miles away. That's literally what it was all about. My impatience and reckless driving.
You had said you talked to your mom and who else?
My friend Amelia.
Yeah. What did you guys talk about?
My conversation with my mother.
You said you had gotten into, I guess, an argument with your mom today?
Yeah.
And that's kind of what led to, okay. What was that about?
I had a big argument with her and there was a blowout.
Mm-hmm.
Blowout with your mom or your wife?
With my mom.
You live with your wife and kids?
Yes.
I got you. I can understand how. Oh, no, I can understand how that would.
There's no excuse.
I see what you're saying. All I'm saying is I can understand how you get into some sort of argument like that would, kind of initiate this for you. I get that.
I mean, it initiated me calling my friend Amelia.
That was actually the accident.
No,
Okay.
I was talking to her before I went to Taco Bell.
Okay. Were you on the phone at all while you were driving? Texting,
Yeah.
GPS, music.
I was talking to her, went to Taco Bell, started driving back, hit detour. I wasn't like talking to anybody or texting on the phone during that time.
Okay. So you said you went to Taco Bell around 5:36.
It was way close to 7 by the time I got there. Like I was
By the time
driving.
you got to Taco
I
Bell,
was driving around for a little bit.
were you like driving around talking on the phone? Is that?
Yes.
I gotcha. Is that when you were drinking in the car?
I had a couple beers from my fridge that I brought with me.
Right. So, and I get it. 'Cause whatever, you upset with your mom.
Yeah.
Get in the car to go to Taco Bell. You're talking to Amelia.
Yeah.
Just drinking, just whatever, talking to her, getting, venting or whatever it was, right?
Yeah.
So what time did you get to Taco Bell? You said
I don't remember.
Or
it was like
around
6:30, 7 o'clock. I don't know. So I feel like it was probably. I thought it was earlier than that because the Phillies were on. Actually, no. I think it was already 1-0 when I got to Taco Bell.
Well, let's work backwards. When you left Taco Bell, did you take a direct route back to your house, went down Dole 40?
I was trying to.
Okay, so if the accident happened at 8:20, perhaps you left Taco Bell around 8 o'clock, 8 o'clock.
I got detoured from when I was on 40 coming back. Hit like the Cowtown area or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
I made that. You made the U-turn by was at that Friendly Tavern or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Went back around to like the Humane Society. That weird road there where it kind of corners to the right because I know this road takes me right to Pennsylvania Auburn. Made the right on Pennsylvania Auburn. And that's shortly before.
Did you text anybody like Amelia or your wife or anything like that? Like either maybe when you got to Taco Bell, like, hey, I'm heading home or anything, or calls? Did you call anybody on the way home?
Yeah, Emily and the girls were down the shore. Yeah, that's what I know. I mean, I got some with Amelia prior to going to Taco Bell. I didn't talk to I already talked to my mother earlier.
Yeah.
Was after Taco Bell, no, I didn't. I think if my brother-in-law texted me about Philly, he texted me nonstop about Philly stuff. I don't think I texted him back. We call. Usually, if it's on my Apple Watch or something, I'll see it. If something buzzes.
Okay. Do you think that would kind of help us maybe put together a timeline as far as like what time you either called or received a call from Amelia, or you know what I mean, to kind of like how long you were maybe driving around or whatever, just to kind of for us to narrow down a timeline for you?
Yeah, I mean, I'm just trying to think. Like I can't remember how long I was talking to Amelia for. I feel like it was close to over an hour and a half.
Okay.
But the thing, I wasn't like drinking the entire time I was driving. Like that's before that I talked to my mother, had to be like 4:30, 5 o'clock. So right.
So if you spent about an hour driving around just like random back roads,
Yeah, I just drive around Oscar.
Yeah.
I do it all the time.
It is a nice area.
Yeah, I know.
I drive around mostly I just go back and forth between like Even Small Road, Big Lane Road. Look, Amelia and I have been. Amelia's a friend of mine. She's a good friend that my wife doesn't know about. Let's just say that.
I get you.
All right.
Were you upset by the fact that your wife took your daughter down to the beach for her birthday? That was all planned?
Yeah.
Okay.
They have a house down in Ocean City. Which.
And you were like,
I'll maybe go into that.
Yeah.
And so she lives 5 minutes away. I'm like, if you really want to come see your granddaughters, you can come see them.
Sure.
But it's neither here nor there. That doesn't make a difference.
And I mean, I'll leave Amelia know. We don't care what your relationship is there. And I appreciate you telling us, but just to kind of put that at ease.
But just to say, like, that's why I talk to her frequently.
Real quick, so I know when you had traveled down a little bit farther, someone had come up to you and said, "Hey."
Yeah.
When was there any other interactions before the trooper?
No.
Okay, so we'll describe that whenever I guess the trooper had come out.
It took a while, but I saw other cars passing by the scene, so I thought they were like, someone's got to be an emergency vehicle around here. Sure. And they weren't emergency vehicles. It was like first person stop. She was like in a Kia. She asked if I was doing okay. No other car stopped besides that. And then I saw a trooper. I just waved them forward.
Did you say anything to them?
They had their window down. And I said, it's that way. Like there's people that way.
Mm-hmm.
I don't remember what I said to them.
Did he say?
It was.
Did he say anything to you?
No, he rolled his window down. I just basically waved him forward. I'm like, that's down there. I don't even remember what I said to him. Like, what's down there? But he knew, like, the accident was down there. So it was a trooper first, I believe, and then fire vehicles started coming. I just kept.
Did that trooper give you any instructions or anything like that? Or did he know that you were?
He just burned out and went down. And I think that may have been one of the first troopers on the scene. I don't know. Coming from Auburn Road, that area.
And then what was your next interaction with church?
I think when everybody started coming up.
So just to help us better understand the timeline, when you made the phone calls and try and ascertain exactly when the accident happened, will you give us consent to look at your phone and just look at, the times that you made the calls?
Should I actually have a lawyer? I don't know. I feel like I need a lawyer. Something like that. I don't know. I feel uncomfortable with the phone thing. Yeah.
Yeah, so I got you. So
I mean, I'm telling you, like I spoke to my friend probably for an hour and a half.
Yeah.
Because I was railing about my mother and stuff. Yeah.
So let's just pause for a second. I see what you're saying. We can't tell you if you should have a lawyer or not. That's a decision that's up for you to make. So basically, there's kind of two parts to this. Are you still? I know you're asking if you should have one. I can't tell you that. Is that something that you want, or are you okay to continue talking to us without a lawyer, regardless?
Continue talking regardless of the phone, right? But when it comes to phones, I'm like, I don't know.
I gotcha.
Is it going to be? Yeah, I texted my wife literally after I finally stopped my car. Like, hey, my life is over. Like, my life is over. I don't know what the fuck just happened. Like, I called her. I think I texted her, you need to call me. Because she wasn't answering.
Mm-hmm.
And that's literally, I was like, you need to come home. Like, I need to call and call 911. I think I called her first, called 911. It didn't connect.
So just to provide clarification
Yeah.
for what he was asking. Essentially, kind of like how I said before, more so the timeline thing, like when you left the house, not it's not to like get into your personal business or anything like that.
I get it.
And so the way we would go about that for the phone thing is we would present you with a consent form, and then you have the option to consent or deny it. Okay. Which we can do, and then you can make that decision.
That's fine. Yeah, I mean,
Okay. So let's do that now, and then I'm just gonna go ahead and reread you your rights, just because we had a little discussion about lawyer.
Yeah.
Okay. So you wanna reread them, Miranda, and with another card,
Mm-hmm.
and then we'll move on, and then
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, if you're just looking for timeline, it's,
Yeah, I got you.
I guess, between 5 and 8,
I got you.
or 5:30 and 10:30 or whatever it was.
Sean, do you have the right to remain silent and refuse to answer any questions? Do you understand?
Yes.
Anything you say may be used against you in the court of law. Do you understand?
Yes.
You have the right to consult an attorney at any time, have him or her present before and during questioning. Do you understand?
Yes.
If you cannot afford an attorney, one will be provided if you so desire prior to your questioning. Do you understand?
Yes.
This is a decision to speak to us is not final. You may subtotal be found. Do you understand?
Yep.
So it is now 12:31.
Yes. Maybe. Hold on.
You also know that was a
Sure.
quick one.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Again, you're just going to sign.
I do not. We can have a contractor for you though.
The trooper said he did, but
Okay, then
he said he would. I don't know.
okay, I can we can definitely find that out for you. I don't know that.
Got his. So what kind of phone do you have?
Sorry, phone.
Oh, I'll grab it. Do you know where's that?
Somebody put it in the bag.
It should be right there. So like she explained, I'm just going to fill this form out and then it's completely your call.
Yes.
But I just fill the form out appropriately in its entirety. I'll read it to you in its entirety as well. So it's a black iPhone.
Yeah. Any chance I can actually contact anybody or my wife or anything?
Right now, no. We can definitely. That one sure done. What's it?
You can get any identifiers off that phone or just what?
So are you able to I guess get your serial number on it? I think
I can walk you through it.
yeah, I was gonna say, 'cause I don't know anything about iPhones. Hey,
Settings, general, and then about. Yeah. One black and color serial number.
yeah, that's fine. You just gotta read this.
Yep.
Bear with me for a minute.
What's your address? So I, Sean Higgins, Sound, New Jersey, hereby authorize Trooper Leonardo, badge 8847, Detective Repos, badge 8348, members of New Jersey State Police, and any other designated to assist to conduct a complete search of one iPhone, black in color, serial number located at the NJSP Woodstown Barracks, 769 US 40, Piles Grove, New Jersey. I further authorize the above member of the New Jersey State Police to remove and search any letters, documents, papers, materials, or other property which is considered pertinent to the investigation, provided that I am subsequently given a receipt for anything taken as evidence. I have knowingly and voluntarily given my written consent to search described above. I've been advised by Trooper Leonardo to fully understand that I have the right to refuse giving my consent to search and may depart if no other reason exists for detaining me. I have been further advised that I may withdraw my consent at any time for any reason that I have the right to be present during the search at a location consistent with the safety of all persons present. So the date is August 30th. Time is 12:36 a.m. And need a signature there, and then you can either read it or deny it.
Certain. Yeah. I'll waive my right to be present.
No, you don't have to do that. That's if you waive your right to be present. And obviously it's preferred that you're here so you can kind of navigate through.
Yeah.
So really it's more so if you want to just I guess put it up here, just I'm not gonna handle it because like I said, I don't know how to do it iPhones. So when I guess so here's obviously 911, right?
Yeah. So I called my mom at 4:37.
Okay. And
No, she called me, I'm sorry.
that was 9 minutes. So was that the argument?
Yes.
Okay. So then where are we at after that?
You were still home for that call?
With my mother, I was just heading out. So I guess that was what, 4:37?
So that's it.
Yeah. I just got into my car in my garage
Okay.
at 4:37.
Gotcha.
Probably because I need to smoke too. So usually I go to Sunoco and get cigarettes.
So then after that, I mean, right?
Yes.
Okay.
So
That was 5:25.
yeah. So it was after my mom.
Because mom called when?
4:37.
Spoke for like 9 minutes. So figure
Yeah.
48.
I went and got smokes. What?
Where do you get smokes at usually?
Tonight I actually went to usually I buy like 2 at a time.
Sure.
Usually I go to Sunoco, I didn't go tonight. I actually went to Roman Pantry. That was after Taco Bell to get another pack of smokes.
So did you get smokes when you first left?
No,
Before
I
Taco Bell?
honestly can't remember. I'm just trying to think. No, I got my smokes at Roman Pantry after Taco Bell.
Okay.
So I got detoured. When we get the Roman Pantry from there, I'm already blanking. Usually I go to Sunoco right on Route 40 there by Richmond's.
Right. That's
No, so I went to Taco Bell, got detoured. Instead of making the right on Pennsylvania Road, I made a left, went to the Roman Pantry, picked up 2 packs of smokes. Then
it was well
after.
So it's work on before.
Okay.
So we got, I don't know. Do you have a code or anything like that, or? Okay. So mom was at
4:37. Amelia was 5:25.
Yeah.
okay. So between 4:37, figure you spent like 10 minutes on the phone where you were in the car.
So
So that was about another 30 or so minutes before you called Amelia.
18.
Yeah. So yeah, just so I can see it.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're good. So between mom and Amelia, because you were in the car for like 30 minutes or so, did you go anywhere between that time?
I just drove around.
Okay. And then Amelia was, oh, I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
See, this is why I don't touch iPhones. I'm so sorry. There you go. 5:25 for 2 hours and 11.
So the accident must have happened like 8:15. Because I lived.
Because you called her right after.
Yeah. Because I was like, holy fucking shit. Like I'm.
Okay.
And then
So figure 5:25.
called 911. Then I called my wife.
All right. So Amelia, 5:25 was for, and this, I'm just trying to.
Yeah.
2 hours and 11 minutes. 5:25, 6:25, 7:25, 7:30 something. That was before you got to Taco Bell.
Yeah.
You're okay.
Yep.
So then you figure, all right. So 5:25.
So that was 2 hours and 11 minutes.
Yeah. And then
So about
So at like 7:30-ish. Like,
yeah, 7:30, 7:40.
I hung up with her in the Taco Bell parking lot.
okay.
So I hung up with her before that. But
Okay. Taco Bell, then Roman Pantry.
Taco Bell with credit card.
that card.
Okay. And you said it was the one in Pennsville?
Yes.
You don't like get text notifications when you swipe your debit card, do you?
Nothing I don't know.
And then 911 is 818. Okay. Would you mind just screenshotting those and emailing them to us? Not obviously not the conversation, just the time hacks on it, if you're okay with that. So it would just be the mom one, the Amelia one, and 911. Right? Yeah. I think. And then you can just email it to Trooper Lumber. Oh, because I know you said you were like you didn't realize you were on the phone for that long, so then it's like, which and that helps because then it's like where did that extra hour go or hour and a half go, and that's obviously important for us when it comes to conducting an investigation. So, just so you can kind of like see the full picture of it. That's all. And then, are you able to email it? Yeah, you're fine. And then you can just type it in.
Okay.
Go to your picture, so you screenshot.
I mean,
So you can click on the picture.
Yeah.
And then hit the little send thing in the bottom left corner.
Oh, okay. So you have
And then do mail.
Then your Gmail. Yeah.
And then you yeah, there you go. Now you can send it. You don't even have to put a subject in, you just have to click on it.
Then I'm gonna put the phone back outside for now, and then we can probably get you a phone call before you get out of here. Okay.
Are we done with that, Tara?
With the phone?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are you taking any medication for your rotator cuff?
No.
Is it an injury or just?
It's always hurt.
Okay, never had surgery.
It's standing at free rest. I can't put my arm back. Yeah.
Okay.
That's just always been a thing.
Gotcha. So it sounds like you have like a pretty good like recollection of how like I guess like the cars were in succession and everything like that. I don't expect you to be an artist, but would you kind of be able to like kind of, even if it's just like a box, like this car, however you, I guess, kind of remember the series of events.
Sure.
Just obviously so we could picture it a little bit better.
Sure.
Thank you. I appreciate that. What, and that road is north to south, east to west? I think nothing matters.
So you looked at.
Yeah, when I looked it up, it said north to south, but I feel like a lot of, what do you consider it? Everybody around here seems a big.
North south.
Okay. Yeah, me neither. Yeah, that's all right. That makes me feel a little bit better. Okay. Gotcha. Yeah, as best as you remember it. Definitely doesn't have to be perfect.
On here. I'll go up here. Come up to them. Thanks for slowing down. We're going here. He comes up here, blocks the left lane. I assumed I was far enough in front of this car to cut in. Either, again, I don't know what he was doing. I don't know if he was going to come back into the right lane, be like, I'm being a jerk, you can't pass me, or it was probably that, like that right here was impact. Like literally as soon as I pulled into the right lane. Like there is no shoulder on that road.
Well, that's what I was gonna say. Do you think that they were? Because
they're in the fucking road.
Like were they in the lane? Because because I looked at it too. I wasn't out there myself, but I looked at it on Google Maps, and I know like
there's no shoulder.
The shoulder.
It's literally this far from the grass. Like there's a white line.
So do you think that they were in that white white line?
They were not in the road. Like literally, as soon as I cut back over, was impact.
Okay. I got you. Do you know if they were like single file?
I don't know. Okay. I didn't even see like, oh, here's bikers ahead of me.
Okay. So this would be you.
Yes.
And then that would be you.
No.
Right? When you went around that car?
I'm sorry. That's original. Car 1, car 2, me coming up on them.
I see.
I come around, this car starts moving over to the left lane. I cut back in.
I gotcha. Yeah, no, that makes sense. That's essentially kind of how I picture it as well. You want to sign this for me, so I say that you do it on me. We're just gonna step out real quick, and then we'll be right back. Okay? Do you need anything right now?
Yes. Can I hit the bathroom again?
Yeah, give me one.
He's just gonna get his video.
Yeah, I'll grab you 1 second.
When you kept going down, you were on the same side of the road that you were on. You didn't like have like flip around or anything like that.
No, I was on the same side.
Okay.
You mean like from the middle lane or left lane?
No, like so you pretty much stayed in the lane that you were traveling in.
Yeah.
Right, like whenever you got back in.
Like pretty much in neutral and yes.
Yeah, no, I understand. I gotcha. As far as the beer cans that did you like chuck them like
I'll be honest with you. Yes, I had. Yes, I was petrified because I'm like, what the fuck? I just
that makes
hit
sense.
something.
Yeah, absolutely. I would have done the same things I think.
No, they're in the cornfield next to my fucking car.
On the same side of the street or just across the street?
No, same side.
Okay. All right. And they were Miller Lights?
Yeah.
For sure. Okay. I got you. Right. There are criminal charges attached to this. Okay.
Yeah.
Obviously, you know, like the hospital did the whole blood procedure and so on and so forth. That's pretty much out of play right now until those results kind of come back. I think I can speak on behalf of both of us. Thank you for like talking to us and being honest with us and running us through everything. It's very much appreciated and incredibly helpful, obviously. But tonight, you are going to be charged with 2 counts of death by auto. Okay. That you are going to go to Salem County tonight. The weekend, I know that they have been having some detention hearings on the weekend. I don't know if they're going to have one tomorrow morning or not. And if that's the case, it'll likely be until after the holiday on Tuesday that you would see a judge, and they would determine if you are released with a court date, and so on and so forth. That's out of our control. And I don't want to give you bad information. I don't want to tell you there's for sure, a detention hearing tomorrow morning, and because I don't know exactly what they do, and with it being the holiday weekend, I don't know what they got going on. Okay, I just want to be like transparent with you with that. Do you have any questions on that? So you can definitely make calls there. I'm good with a call here before you go. Okay. But once you get like hooked up there and everything like that, you'll definitely be able to make calls from there as well. I don't know what their schedule is or their in particular regulations are for that, but yeah, we definitely can make some calls from there as well. But we'll make sure that you get a call before you leave tonight, before you leave here tonight as well.
And stupid question, what about this? Or I follow it.
When do you have your follow-up?
Next Wednesday.
Okay. So again, that's not something we have control over. Obviously, like
just stupid fucking question.
It's not a stupid question. I got you. And like I said, I don't want to give you bad information. There's obviously nurses there and stuff like that. So if there are any exigent circumstances or anything where you need to see a doctor, I'm sure that they would be able to facilitate that. They're not going to just like leave you in pain or anything like that. As far as medications go, I don't know.
The jail will take care of it.
They'll probably be able to give you some sort of medication. For any, whatever you need, I guess, or whatever they allow, pretty much.
Yeah.
Okay. Any other questions?
We got some paperwork we have to do. We're gonna get you fingerprinted. Be cooperative with us, and we'll let you make that phone call before you.
We'll get your fingerprinted. We just gotta do some paperwork, make a couple calls. It is like kind of a little bit lengthy, but we'll just try to, expedite it as much as possible. Okay.
Yeah. All right.
Okay, so we'll bring it back down here.
Detective, that video that we just watched, is that an accurate depiction of your interview of the day, defendant on the day in question?
Yes.
At the time, the state would like to submit S4 into evidence for your honor to review for purposes of this hearing.
Any objection?
No, Judge, thank you.
S4 is an evidence without objection.
Now, with regards to the charges that were issued, were those charges issued before the interview?
After.
And I just want to go back briefly to the scene right kind of after you initially asked a few questions of the defendant on scene, and you had called back to 5-com. Do you recall that time frame?
Repeat, please.
Yes, I want to just direct your attention when you were back on scene,
Mhm.
and you had made a phone call to your sergeant, I believe. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And then you called over to your radio and you called 5-com, I believe. Do you recall that?
It's dispatch, yes.
Okay. And you said something to the effect of changed it to a stop.
Correct.
What does that mean?
At the time, the call for service was in our CAD system as a motor vehicle accident. Changing it to a stop is the way the state police tracks. Anytime we get a driver out for field sobriety test or anything like that, we're required to do additional reports. So by changing it to a stop, it's a better way to track them statistics.
And then you indicated something to the effect, make me primary.
Correct.
What does that mean?
That I was going to be the primary trooper on the job.
And as a result of that, you indicated that there's more reports that you would have to do. Is that correct?
As a result of changing it to a stop or being
the primary, and there might have been a drunk driving incident.
Yes.
As a result of everything, you did issue reports. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did you do an initial report?
Yes.
And how long was that report? Do you recall?
The initial investigation report?
Yes.
14 pages.
Do you do any supplemental reports?
Yes.
And why did you do supplemental reports?
Well, as the investigation progressed, there were a number of things documented in them supplemental reports.
And do you recall many?
I can't give you an exact number.
What was more than one? Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And did you author a crash report?
Yes.
And did you author a drunk driving report as well?
Yes.
Any further at this time, Your Honor?
1 second, counsel. I just have a quick question, Trooper Alenaro. I note that Mr. Higgins was taken back to the Woodstown barracks for questioning after being taken to Inspirit.
Correct.
Was there any reason why he wasn't taken back initially to the barracks for an alka test?
Procedurally, the way I was trained, if there's a motor vehicle crash with serious or fatal injuries, do a telephonic warrant, not breathalyzer.
Even though the suspect was not the person who sustained a serious injury.
Correct.
Thank you. Counsel?
We could do that. 'Cause I think
Good afternoon.
You're stating, so
Correct. 3 years and 3 months.
were you a local police officer before that?
No.
What? The police?
Correct.
You had training a academy regarding investigation of accidents.
Correct.
What is 29? Show 819, the night of this accident. You were in your troop car.
Correct.
You got a call from dispatch about a black SUV, right?
Right. Right.
So you went to the scene.
Correct.
All that night, you get the call from dispatch. Yes.
Correct.
You arrive to the scene. Yes.
Correct.
Do your investigation. Yes.
Correct.
After the investigation of the scene, you left and you wound up at some point going back to Woodstown Back, right?
Correct.
And interviewing was
Correct.
let's go back to you get in there. Let's talk about what you knew. Okay. So you know from dispatch that there's a motor vehicle accident, right?
Correct.
You know there's a motor vehicle accident. You know the motor vehicle accident, 2 people were struck, right?
Correct.
And those 2 people were on bikes, right?
Correct.
2 bikes. 1 person on the bike.
Did not know.
Bikes.
2.
How many people were in?
2.
2 victims, 2 bikes. Mr. Mester has asked me about you called to the 5 mentioned dispatcher.
Correct.
When you called in the dispatch, is that those calls come out academy report? Yes.
Explain quick.
All the calls.
Correct. Yeah.
So that would have been reported, correct?
What would have been reported?
It would be contained in the documentation regarding this accident. You radioed in by the call. They would mark that you have.
Yes. When I said change me to primary, yeah.
That change it from a motor vehicle accident to a stop. And that's because of the drunk drive, right?
Because the driver was being put through field sobriety test. Yes.
Now it changes now then to drunk driving investigation for the sobriety test. It changes from accident to stop. In 3 months, as a trooper, have you investigated drunk driving?
Yes.
Team patrols?
Yes.
How many DWI stops do you think you did without a fatality and without an accident prior to this incident?
I couldn't tell you.
4 to 10?
Yes.
4 to 20?
Yes.
4 to 30?
I don't.
Those stops, would you agree with me that a routine DWI stop would be you see erratic driving from a driver, yes?
Yeah.
You pull them over.
Correct.
You ask them, you identify yourself as a state trooper. You ask them for their credentials.
Yes. Yes. Correct.
And if you smell an odor of alcohol in the person's breath, at that point, generally speaking, in your experience, you ask the person out of the car to do field sobriety tests.
There's other factors as well, correct?
Well, if you want to investigate drunk driving, you're going to have to drive and do the field sobriety test, provided that the person is not injured.
Correct.
And you make a determination at the scene after the field sobriety test, whether or not to take the person back to the station, correct?
Correct.
If there's an odor of alcohol on somebody's breath, and slurring their words, they drove around. In your experience, do you think it feels right to arrest the person for drunk driving?
I always have.
You always have. Were there any times where somebody went through the field sobriety tests and you didn't arrest them for drunk driving?
Sure.
Yes.
Yes.
Did you ever go to the scene of a fatal accident involving a drunk driver prior to this incident?
I don't believe so. No.
This is the first fatal motor vehicle accident that you investigated in your 3 years and 3 months as trooper?
No.
Is it your first fatal motor vehicle accident that you investigated in your 3 years and 3 months as a trooper involving a drunk driver?
No.
You investigated motor vehicle accidents involving a drunk driver
Yes.
with a fatality.
Yes.
Did any of you, how many were?
One.
One before this one?
Correct.
Was the driver?
He died from the crash. Correct.
Never investigated a drunk driving motor vehicle accident with a fatality where the driver would cause the accident.
I'm sorry, repeat your question.
Did you ever do a case similar to this with drivers?
No.
So this is the first accident involving a fatality, involving a drunk driver. You had to investigate and actually speak to the drunk driver.
Correct.
Mr. Messer asked you about whether you had a body worn camera.
Yes.
Did you have a body worn camera?
Yes.
Do you have one camera?
No. Yes.
Did you stand up?
Correct.
Did you have that gun on your finger that night?
Yes.
How about your Crespo at the scene? Did you have his weapon?
Sure you did.
You know,
We were on patrol. I would assume he had his weapon on.
you would assume, did you know?
No, no.
How about Sergeant Flanagan? Did he have his gun?
Objection. Relevance.
Well, we're talking about coercion, we're talking about Miranda, we're talking about other custody and so forth. Talking about routine traffic stops, and you got 1, 2, 3, 4 or more troopers out there with the guns on. Just make sure that they've got their guns out and see whether or not what the atmosphere is. I think it's entirely valid.
Mr. Mester?
Your Honor, the only interaction the defendant had with Sergeant Flanagan was when Flanagan was in his patrol vehicle. Whether he had a gun on him or not is completely irrelevant for this hearing, for a Miranda hearing. I'll stipulate they were wearing their issued uniforms on the day in question, like all troopers in this state during every traffic stop that has ever been initiated since we had cars in New Jersey.
Yeah, the court will take judicial notice that Trooper Alenardo, as well as the other troopers on the scene, were in full uniform. And as part of their full uniform, they carry sidearms. So they would have all had their sidearms at the time they encountered Mr. Higgins at the scene.
Were they notice of that?
We will do that. Thank you.
So in this case, with the fatality, this was only the second motor vehicle accident with a fatality that you investigated with a drunk driver, is what you stated earlier, correct?
Correct.
So it wasn't really the type of routine DWI stop that we talked about earlier, where you see the erratic driving, you pull the driver over, you drive around the car, so, right?
Correct.
So this is different. With what? Yeah.
Right.
I think you said when you got to the scene, you couldn't drive all the way up to where the actual accident scene was because there were too many emergency vehicles. Right?
Correct.
Lots of emergency vehicles. Fire trucks were there.
Correct.
Fire trucks were there. You've got an ambulances were there.
Correct.
These 4 troop cars were there.
Correct.
And you were aware during your investigation that there were eyewitnesses, correct?
At what point in the investigation?
When you got to the scene. You spoke to Trooper Flanagan, Sergeant Flanagan.
Sergeant Flanagan,
At
correct.
some point, you spoke to Trooper Harding.
Correct.
Did they tell you about the witness?
Trooper Harding did.
How many witnesses did he tell you?
One.
One witness. Did he tell you that he spoke to the witness?
Yes.
All right. You spoke to Trooper Sergeant Flanagan first, correct?
Correct.
They said it to you.
Correct.
Absolutely. Approach. Trooper Allen, I'm going to show you what's marked as D1 for identification purposes only. Can you look at that? Tell me what it is.
My initial investigation report associated with this motor vehicle crash.
And does that contain the information about which you testified on direct exam with Mr. Mestern?
Correct.
And is that the type of report that you generate that you taught in the academy?
Correct.
About truthful information there?
Correct.
Good information?
Correct.
Much information is you deem relevant should be in there.
Correct.
Did you review that before you came to court?
Yes.
But did you do that to refresh your recollection?
Yes.
You would be asking me lots of questions.
Right.
The troop cars that were there, 4 of them you said about. Did they have the red lights on?
Yes.
And there were 4 of them?
Yes.
Who told Trooper Prescott to turn his lights off so that Mr. Higgins can pull the fence right? That's not a flat lights instead.
Correct.
You arrived at the scene prior to, and all of this, by the way, you pulling up. You're the one that had Mr. Higgins do the standardized fixed drive test, right?
Correct.
That would be the horizontal gaze, the standings test,
Correct.
the walk and turn test,
Correct.
one-leg standings.
Correct.
You confirmed with Mr. Higgins at the scene that he had right knee surgery about a week before this incident, right?
Correct.
He told you that?
Correct.
Do you agree with me in the video when he was doing the field strike test, you hear him say ow and ouch? You agree with me with that?
Yes.
So did that in your mind trigger you to think that he's in pain?
I instructed him to let me know if he was in pain.
Did you take his that he was in pain?
No.
Did you just put it out there?
I think he could have told me if he was in pain.
Said it was painful on his part. Dispatch, when you received the call, said that 2 victims were on the side of the road and that they were conscious and still breathing, right?
Initially, correct.
Initially. Then we got to the scene, and before you gave the instructions to Mr. Higgins to do the standardized field sobriety test, you found out that the 2 victims had died. Right.
Correct.
So now you're seeing, and now it's a death scene, right? Because they're dead.
Correct.
The 2 bicycles, did you see the bicycles?
Briefly, yes.
Did you see those before you had Mr. Higgins perform the field sobriety test?
Yes.
Were the bicycles damaged?
Yes.
2 of them?
Yes.
They were 2 people who were.
Yeah, I'm going to have to object at this on relevance grounds. What does that have to do with anything that happened at the scene during the questioning of the defendant and Miranda?
Can you tell? Mr. Master has the burden of proof here beyond a reasonable doubt. It's a Miranda issue, Judge. This falls squarely under the circumstances which the court needs to make a determination under Berkemer versus Harding and the state department that falls back. So now we have a question of when was probable cause. All I'm doing with this trooper is examining, finding out what he knew before he gave him the field sobriety.
The objection is overruled. I'll allow Mr. Portelli.
Okay. So now you're in the scene. You know that there's 2 fatalities. At some point, you change it from a motor vehicle accident with 5 dispatch to a stop. You know that they've passed. You know that there's 2 bikes involved. You had said in your report too that when you were there, EMS personnel were there and were at some point then covered the bodies with sheets.
Correct.
So there's 2 bodies. Okay. People spoke with Sergeant Flanagan. He had said that he struck the 2 people, correct?
Who said that?
Flanagan. So let me go back. You wrote your report. The driver was advised to wait for the next responding trooper if Sergeant Flanagan continued south on Pennsville Boulevard.
Correct.
So you hear from Sergeant Flanagan that he told Mr. Higgins, stay here. Right?
Correct.
Because one, Higgins was driving the car, right? Yeah.
Correct.
You got out of your troop car at some point. You spoke with Trooper Harding, right?
Correct.
Harding. Speaking of Trooper Harding, you understood that Harding spoke with one of the witnesses at the scene, right?
Correct.
This was before you had Mr. Higgins do the fish spy, that's right?
Correct.
Trooper Harding came to your report. Then the witness had observed a middle-aged white man standing next to a black SUV, right?
Correct.
Which had visible front end damage. And that visible front end damage was on the passenger side, right?
Right.
And then you noticed before you had him do the field sobriety test that there was severe damage to that black SUV that Mr. Higgins was driving, right?
Correct.
And you also noticed that there was you called biological matter on the bumper, right?
Correct.
Blood, tissue, there was a matter. And so you know that before you had him do the field sobriety test. You also understood in speaking with Sergeant Flanagan that Mr. Higgins was freaking out, right?
In speaking with Sergeant Flanagan or Trooper Harding?
Sure. If you look at your report on page 5, paragraph 1.
Page 4 at the bottom. You said, as I exited my troop car to speak with the driver, Trooper Harding
told you what the witness spoke, right?
Yeah, correct.
Trooper Harding said that the witness said Mr. Higgins was freaking out. Right?
Correct.
The car freaking out. He also had the driver of the car stated he had been drinking, right? Shot the 2 gentlemen now you know before the field sobriety test given by you had been drinking out, right?
Had been drinking a little bit, correct. Report had been drinking.
Your report said make sure we're clear. Right? So I'm going to go over to Mr. Higgins and talk to Mr. Higgins about how the accident, right?
Correct.
And he tells you that the other cars are driving slowly and he tried to pass one car or he passed one car and cut back into the other. Right?
Correct.
Because he didn't know what the black SUV, which was the first car in line, was doing when it cut to the left thing, correct?
Correct.
Now, he said to Mr. Higgins, Referring to your report, page 5, at the second full paragraph. You said you were conversing with driver Higgins. You observed his demeanor to be extremely anxious, right?
Correct.
Specifically, driver Higgins was observed to take several audible deep breaths, right?
Correct.
Pace back and forth while speaking with the truth, right?
Correct.
And you said a strong odor of alcohol on his breath or in from his breath.
Correct.
And at that point, you asked Mr. Higgins if he had anything to drink, and he stated, "I can drink these beers." Yes.
Correct.
And that's when you had him do the field sobriety test.
Correct.
And field sobriety test, you now know the driver of a black SUV struck two people riding their bikes who suffered injuries, who then succumbed to their injury and died. With a gentleman on the scene who's freaking out, pacing, an excited demeanor, has admitted to drinking, has told you that he passed on the left and went to the right. In an area now where there are at least 4 trooper cars, fire trucks, ambulances, both overhead lights on, troopers in uniform with their guns, and a freaked out person who is being asked questions. And at that point, you give them field sobriety, correct?
Correct.
And before that, I'm going to show you what's
S4.
S4 thing. We show you what's F4 is in evidence.
S3?
I don't know what video you're talking about.
It's Sound Motors video.
Oh, I'm sorry. S3 is the body worn. S4 is the state. S3 is body.
S3. S3, and we're going to play through this.
That is me and Sergeant Flanagan's trooper. Correct.
Is this what you call the MDT, the modal? You know what that is?
The
data trans.
Yeah, the CAD. CAD, correct.
What are you doing? Checking Stevens' license?
Scanning his license in.
What are you doing that for?
Procedural.
Procedural. Okay. By the way, while you're in Sergeant Flanagan's car, where's Mr. Higgins?
In front of Sergeant Flanagan's car.
So he's there, right? And you asked Trooper Harding to stay with him while you were in the car.
Correct.
So he wasn't free to leave, right?
At that point, no.
Yeah, he had to stay. Right?
Correct.
He was staying.
Correct.
He wasn't free to just leave. Right?
Correct. Correct. What I call it? Sergeant Ariza. Ariza.
Ariza?
Ariza. A-R-I-Z-A.
So you get out of the car. Where are you walking?
I'm creating a little distance between myself, Trooper Harding, and and the defendant. So walking away from where they are standing.
He's creating distance. What was there a reason for you to create distance?
Just to make a phone call and
So you're about to make the phone call.
correct.
Okay, cool. And then sort of a reason.
Yes. My supervisor, just update him on, where we are.
Where were you?
That it was a motor vehicle crash. The defendant, at that point, I decided he was being put through a field sobriety test.
Why?
At that point, I decided we were putting the defendant through field sobriety tests.
Why?
Why did I decide that? Based on his anxious demeanor, his pacing, the odor of alcoholic beverage.
People did that play into your opinion?
Sure. Yes.
Yeah. Through tests here.
Run him through tests here.
Running through tests. See,
Run him through tests here.
what do you mean by that?
The field sobriety test.
Telling a Rashida you're going to run up through tests, or are you responding to a reason told you to run up through tests?
I'm asking.
You're asking him if you should run up through tests.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
So in all the other 20-ish or so DWI routine stops that you had, did you call your supervisors to ask if you should have somebody go through field sobriety tests?
No.
Why are you asking them this?
Because we already established this was not a routine stop. Correct. It was different than all the previous DUI investigations I had in the past.
Well, knowing that you have a driver of a car that struck two people and killed them, who admitted to drinking, had a strong odor of alcohol in his breath, was pacing and had demeanor that you said was indicative of being intoxicated.
I said indicative of being anxious.
Okay, but you smelled the odor off his breath. Did you feel like you needed clearance or any other reason from the supervisor to have Mr. Higgins do the field sobriety test?
I'm sorry, say that again.
In these other drunk driving stops that were routine, you didn't call the supervisor to ask if you should do field sobriety test. Do you agree?
Yes.
In this case, you have somebody that's admitted to drinking, has admitted to driving the vehicle that struck the two decedents. Demeanor, indicative of being excited. Did you think he was under the influence at that point?
I had reasonable suspicion to put him through field sobriety tests.
And when you say reasonable suspicion, you said earlier about probable cause. What about probable cause?
What are we talking about here? To put him through the field sobriety test?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, so what was your question?
Did you have a reasonable suspicion that Mr. Higgins was driving his car under the influence of alcohol before you gave him the field sobriety test?
Yes.
Okay. Did you feel that he had probable cause? Based on the fact that he admitted he was drinking, there was strong odor of alcohol in his breath. The witness had said that he was freaking out, that he admitted to driving after drinking.
No.
Yeah. Okay. Back to this, you said, yeah, one of three tests here. Confirm with a reason you should put a test.
Correct.
Yeah, I'll do it. I mean, I smell it on him. Apparently, he said to a witness he's been drinking.
What'd you smell on him?
The odor of an alcoholic beverage.
I don't know. He said he was coming from Taco Bell. In Pennsville there. Yeah. This story's all messed up.
The story's all messed up.
Mixed up.
Mixed up?
Correct.
What story is mixed up?
As far as to how the accident happened, with the vehicles in front of him driving slow, him trying to pass, cutting back into the other lane, striking the bikers.
And when you say mixed up, like this is just a mess that this happened, it's sad, or was it something?
That there was a lot to the story. It wasn't as simple as somebody ran a stop sign, T-boned somebody. There was a large chain of events that happened preceding the accident.
Okay.
Apparently, like one of the witnesses said he was freaking out and he'd been drinking a little bit. Even if it's closed. Even if it's closed.
Did you say?
Even if it's close.
What's close? Even if what's close?
The tests.
When you say the tests, the standardized fields of writing.
Correct.
You said, so you're saying, even if it's close. So you said, even if the standardized fields of writing tests are close. Close to what?
Passing or failing.
Are they pass fail? Or are they decision point?
They're decision point based, correct.
Okay. So even if it's close, okay, even if it's close, what, arrested?
Correct.
So with all the information that you had gathered, your investigation at the scene, all of that information, yes. It came time for you to do the next step. You clarified it with your supervisor, Sergeant Ariza. Sergeant Ariza said to you, she confirmed, even if the field sobriety tests are close, you're arrested.
He said he's coming back to the station. And I said, even if it's close, because regardless of whether or not he was arrested on scene for DUI, everybody involved in a fatal motor vehicle crash or a serious crash comes back to the station to give a formal statement.
He had exercised his Fifth Amendment rights at the scene and said nothing. Does he still have to go back? He give a statement?
Said nothing prior to when?
Let's just say he went up to him and he said, I'm not going to answer the question. No. And you talked to all the witnesses. The witnesses said he was freaking out and that he admitted to drinking, that he was driving. Struck the two individuals and they died. And he said none of that. You got all that information from the witnesses. And he's not going to talk. She still have to go back to the station.
So you're asking me rhetorically if he would have went back to the station if all that happened?
I'm asking you that you said whether it was drinking, there's a fatality, the person was going back to the station.
Correct. Procedurally.
To give a statement.
To give a formal statement recorded in the...
I'm not giving a statement. I'm in the statement. He's still arrested?
At what point in...
At scene.
At what point in the scene?
After the field sobriety test.
Yes.
What about the field sobriety test?
Yes.
You still arrested before the field sobriety test to get him back to the station?
If I would have said, I'm going to run you through tests, and he said, I'm not doing them, he would have been locked up right there.
What about if he ran through the tests and in your mind you passed it? You're arrested him? You go to the station?
If he would have performed the test perfectly? No.
Well, how do you get him back to the station if there's an accident? You state him?
I'm sorry, repeat your question.
You said, if there's a fatal accident,
Correct.
driver that caused it has to go to the station. It has to be safe.
Driver
He
and all.
says, and I'm not in the state. Told him to right. You arrested him, knowing what you knew. People.
Sorry, can you repeat that?
Listen.
John, I'm have to object on this hypothetical. It didn't happen, and it's really going down a rabbit hole it doesn't need to go down.
Hey, Mr. Patel, can you give a proffer as to why you're?
Yes, Mr. I just want to know why the trooper in 20 drunk driving stops. The odor alcohol that the driver gets by out first time investigations. Now you've got one where there's a fatal accident involving these two gentlemen. And he's got all the information. I said he was drinking with that. And now he's going to ask him to do the field sobriety tests. Well, I didn't know in all these other times he didn't have to call the supervisor. Now he wants to talk to you. Now we get into the question again, Judge Post. It's to the heart of the issue of probable cause.
So, Mr. Patel, Trooper Alan Arter testified that this is not a routine traffic stop that resulted in a fatality. And as a result of it resulting in a fatality is why he went the extra steps and reached out to his supervisor, confirmed certain things, whereas he would not have already ordinarily done that in a random, any type of just one vehicle traffic stop based upon an observation of reckless driving or speed. And I think he's made that clear. And I think he said that many times. So I don't know how, where else you think you want to go with this, but I think he's answered those questions. I think he's clearly answered the questions. And I think he's provided the information that's sufficient, at least for the court to discern why he made the decision that he made.
I'll look on it.
Thank you.
Be clear. You asked Mr. Higgins to do the field sobriety test. You already moved two victims at time.
I'm going to assert an objection. He's asked and answered that question many times. I don't think we need to be any clearer.
Withdraw.
Thank you.
Ask you about not taking Mr. Higgins to the station for alcohol. But then solely because this involved in that.
Procedurally serious or fatal motor vehicle crashes. That is the route we go.
What not?
Correct.
I don't think this was that. But knowing what you knew, if you would determine that Mr. Higgins did the tests, feels right as problem, you would not have done this.
Objection. Again, we've gone through this rabbit hole.
I think it's good.
You can answer the question.
I'm sorry, can you repeat your question, please?
With everything that you do in our investigation, all of those things. You have a car, SUV that struck two people, killed two people. You got to the scene. You talked to the troopers. They told you what the witnesses said. You had multiple emergency vehicles there. You had two people that had died. You had two bikes that were severely damaged. You had an admission of drinking, driving, and freaking out. When you had Mr. Higgins perform the field sobriety test, had he done those in your mind, he had passed or did them properly. You know,
I feel like that question is too broad for me to answer without an explanation.
Would you like to give an explanation?
Sure. So when I described the defendant's demeanor as anxious, you put a slash there on your paper. Meaning it's one of the things you just pointed out that you're considering probable cause. I would suggest that anybody who's involved in the motor vehicle crash that your client was involved in, whether they were drunk or not, would be anxious. The witness that Trooper Harding spoke to said that the defendant stated he had been drinking. I don't know this witness. I don't know what their background is. I didn't talk to the witness. Did your client drink a sip of beer? Did he drink 5 beers? The witness didn't say.
So you didn't know Mr. Higgins that night? You'd never had any experiences with him, correct?
Correct.
So you wouldn't know whether or not the way that he spoke that night was slurred, right?
Correct. Correct.
That's you all.
Correct.
You don't know his usual kind of thing.
Correct.
So let's just take the demeanor to the side. But now you have a fatal accident, 2 people that have died with an admission of drinking and driving. And then he was operating a motor vehicle. Now you're looking at the case as, oh, it's a drinking and driving case, but it could actually be a death by auto too, if it all plays out, right? That had to cross your mind at the scene, though.
I'm sorry, repeat that.
You ever investigated death by auto?
Prior to this?
Yeah.
No.
Do you have an understanding of the law that if somebody's drinking and driving and they hit somebody and kill them, that it's death by auto?
Sure.
What if they're drinking and driving and it's that element of practice? That it's aggravated manslaughter, right?
When you say drinking,
Your Honor, I'm gonna object. That's a mischaracterization of the law.
Sustain.
You knew that there were bad people. You know, this is the facts where someone's drinking and driving and someone gets killed, then it's a death by auto.
sure, but when you say drinking,
Objection, that's a mischaracterization of the law. It has to be reckless.
Judge, you have a violation of a 450 on a DWI of these statutes, Judge.
Yeah.
It's a violation of death by auto. You want to add recklessness and ups it to a first degree aggravated manslaughter.
No, that's not the law. It's reckless. It's a automobile accident caused by recklessness. Being intoxicated is something that be considered for that recklessness. And for it to be aggravated manslaughter, it has to be done with extreme indifference to the value of human life.
There is a distinction. And the court acknowledges the distinction. And operating a motor vehicle under the influence of alcohol is in fact reckless.
Yes. At the scene, did you think that there may have been the possibility of criminal action? Because he's drinking and driving and he hit people and he died. Or are you telling me that this whole investigation that you were so the drunk driving?
there is a possibility it could have been criminal, yes.
If you could have yours.
At some point during conversing with the defendant, correct, yes.
Feinberg?
Thank you, Judge.
Good afternoon, counsel.
Counsel that he been treated approximately dead.
Correct.
At the time, this is up to you, right?
Correct.
To police academy. Right.
Correct.
The police academy, in the bachelor's degree, you have associates in military.
Bachelor's.
What was your bachelor's?
Business management.
Once you got to the police academy, there are certainly spendings of instruction, right?
Correct.
And each unit focuses on a comprehensive aspect of law, correct?
Correct.
One of those would be criminal procedure,
Correct.
not the constitutional law and rights, correct?
Correct.
And you're required to vote based on the written and assessment with a minimum score of 7%, correct?
Correct.
So then you did pass those times. Is that true?
Correct.
And one of these you're trained on is colloquially known as Miranda. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, police academy, they also teach you that you have a difference between federal standard as to Miranda and the New Jersey Constitution standard as to rights, such as mental counsel or like silent. Did you learn that?
Correct.
And you know that under federal statute, such as standard under Davis, there's certain introductions that we given, but under, did you learn about state versus impossible?
I don't recall.
Now, his rights as correct?
Correct.
And then, according to issues S6, the fifth line of funds. One was signed prior to him giving a statement at approximately 12:03 a.m. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, having signed the second one, but prior to signing the second one, he made a statement that led you to that. Is that correct?
Correct.
Jonathan had this mark. He said, this is a transcript that was transcribed by the Salem County Prosecutor's Office on April 11th, 2025. It was received late yesterday. I received a copy this morning. I had this marked as D2.
D2 for identification is the transcript of the Miranda statement.
Yes, it was Judge.
And I say you need to mark D2 for identification.
Thank you, Judge. I had this on facilities process. Yeah. So.
You may, Mr. Kleinberg.
Marcus D2. This is a transcribed statement of what was shown on the video earlier. I want to ask that you please turn to page 27. That's marked there. Now, midway down, so we have different names here. So we have SH, and according to the transcript, K, that stands for Sean Higgins. We have a TR, that stands for Trooper Repose. And they keep that you are here as well. It needs to be MA, is that correct?
Correct.
Next to SH in the middle, where it's marked. Could you read for the record what it says? Mr. Higgins.
Talking about right here?
Yeah.
I feel like I need a lawyer.
In fact, prior to him saying that, he said, should I actually have a lawyer? I don't know. I feel like I need a lawyer. Did you and or Trooper Repose stop questioning Mr. Higgins at that time?
Yes.
You did? Where? Because I see a question after that. I see PR saying, yeah, so I got you so. And then I see Mr. Higgins saying, I mean, I'm telling you, like, and then TR says, yeah, yeah. And then he says, spoke to my friend probably for an hour and a half. And then she says, yeah. And then he says, because I was railing about my mother and work stuff. And then she says, so let's pause for a second. And then it goes, yeah. And then TR says, I see what you're saying. We can't tell you if you should have a lawyer or not. That's the decision up to you. And then the questioning goes on for at least 2 more pages to page 30 when you read him his rights again, correct?
So when you say questioning, are you talking about us conversing with your clients or actually asking him questions?
Did you stop talking to him the minute he said, I think I may be a lawyer, or mentioned the word lawyer twice? I said the word twice. Did you stop talking?
Did we? No.
Training that when an individual, even if it's ambiguous or equivocal, the statement regarding a request to counsel, you're supposed to stop speaking to him about it. Correct?
Correct.
You didn't stop speaking to him, did you?
Was there a request for counsel? Correct.
Reiterating that any words or comment that reasonably appear to be consistent with the defendant's willingness to discuss its case is tantamount to an invocation of his Fifth Amendment rights. We ever called that? Yes or no? We ever called?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Any words or comments that reasonably appear to be inconsistent with the defendant's willingness to discuss his case with police are tantamount to the invocation of his Fifth Amendment rights. Do you ever recall that? Yes, you know, it's a simple question.
I don't recall.
That State versus Bay, too, is one of the leading cases in New Jersey when it comes to the voting rights. Were you ever told that a suspect need not be articulate, clear, or explicit in requesting counsel? However ambiguous, the mention of counsel will trigger his entitlement to counsel. Were you ever told that?
I don't recall.
That's State versus Reed, another case. Full requests for counsel are held to the light most favorable to the defendant. Were you ever told that?
Don't recall.
That's State versus Boston, one of the leading cases in New Jersey, comes to this. So you were never taught that if the suspect makes an ambiguous or equivocal reference to an attorney, you must stop questioning that. You were never taught that.
Counselor, I said I couldn't recall, not that I was never taught it.
It's all 15 years. We're talking 3 years ago, 4 years ago. You don't remember 2 years ago.
No.
You're not retrained each year on constitutional rights, the rights of defendants that you saw. You're not retrained on that.
Not that I can recall.
Well, it's clear.
Yes.
He says, "Whoa, I feel like I need a lawyer." That's what he says, right?
Correct.
Not, I think I may need a lawyer. He doesn't say me, does he?
No.
He says, I feel like I need a lawyer. You did not stop questioning, did you?
He was asked no more questions.
Folks didn't continue talking to him.
When you say questioning, are you talking about asking questions or talking to him? She can, yes, she continued speaking with him. No.
Wow.
Shortly thereafter, we addressed his mention of lawyer and reread your client his constitutional rights.
Did you? What were there still questions asked before? Even if it's 1 or 2 questions, I'm just asking, was there still a conversation going on?
I'm not seeing any questions that were asked of your client after he said, I feel like I need a lawyer, before Detective Repos said, or are you okay to still talking to us without a lawyer? And he said, I'll continue talking regardless.
Who said, I feel like I need a lawyer? Everyone goes to another officer says, so. And he says, for something like that, I don't know. I feel uncomfortable with the phone thing. Yeah. She then says, yeah, so I got you. And he says, I mean, I'm telling you, I like, and she goes, yeah. Spoke to my friend for probably an hour and a half. Now that's something. He's giving an answer to that. Correct.
He wasn't asked a question.
You asked him about consent to phone, but he's still talking. You say to him, you need to stop right now. Did you say?
No.
Okay. And you know that once a person says that they feel like they need a lawyer or mentions a lawyer, if they say, I need a lawyer or mentions a lawyer, you're supposed to stop questioning. Correct? You're supposed to end the interview at that point. Correct?
Correct.
And you didn't, did you?
The interview is not ended now.
May you redirect, Mr. Mester?
Yes, Your Honor. Go back to the traffic stop, the long line of questioning that Mr. Patella was asking you about. When somebody has alcohol, you smell someone on alcohol in their breath, what does that tell you?
That they likely consumed alcohol.
Does that mean they're intoxicated?
Absolutely not.
And so how would you, in your training, go about determining whether someone's intoxicated if you smell alcohol on their breath?
to investigate the scene, ultimately field sobriety test, and then take into account the totality of the circumstances.
Now, once you, right before you administered the field sobriety tests, at that time, did you have or did you feel you had probable cause to issue charges for death by auto?
No.
When you arrived on scene, before you even talked to the defendant, did you feel you had probable cause to issue charges for death by auto?
No.
Now, when you called and talked to the sergeant back at the station, you said something all mixed up. Is that correct?
Correct.
Was that in relation to the information you got from the defendant?
Correct.
And was that because you felt it was unclear as to specifics, or was it something else?
Like I stated earlier, it wasn't, a simple accident where somebody ran a stop sign and T-boned somebody. There was a sequence of events that occurred that led to the crash.
Now, the defendant back at the station, when he's given the Miranda, or he's given his statement, it was just a very brief period between the time the defendant indicated, should I actually have a lawyer, to the time that Trooper Repose actually stopped and was able to get a word out. Is that correct?
Correct.
Objection, Your Honor. That's not what the defendant said. The whole statement was, I feel like I need a lawyer.
That is on page 27, correct?
Yes, Judge.
Mr. Messer, if you just please rephrase the question.
I'll rephrase it.
Specifically indicating what Mr. Higgins said.
So when Mr. Higgins said, should I actually have a lawyer? I don't know. I feel like I need a lawyer. Did you at that time feel that was an ambiguous statement?
Ambiguous, yes.
And it was just a few seconds after that Trooper Repose or Detective Repose was actually able to get a word in and actually address that. Is that correct?
Correct.
She said, so let's pause for a second. Is that correct?
Correct.
And that was specifically addressed because of the search that you wanted to do on the cell phone. Is that correct?
Correct.
And could you just read in the record what Trooper Repose said in its entirety regarding when she said, let's pause for a second, and then the paragraph on the top of page 28.
I see what you're saying. We can't tell you if you should have a lawyer or not. That's the decision that's up for you to make. So basically, there's kind of two parts to this. Are you still, I know you're asking if you should have one. I can't tell you that. Is that something that you want? Or are you okay to continue talking to us without a lawyer, irregardless?
And what was the defendant's response to that?
I'll continue talking regardless of the phone.
And then after that, you explained the situation regarding getting permission to go into the phone. Is that correct?
Correct.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right, Trooper, thank you very much. You may step down.
Thank you. I'd like to move Exhibit 2 into evidence.
Any objection?
I'm sorry, what was that?
Exhibit 2.
The transcript?
Yes.
No objection, Your Honor.
S2 is an evidence without objection. If I can see counsel sidebar.
So those are the lawyers. And it looks like, yeah, this is going to be over now. So they're wrapping up. I don't think they come back and say anything after this. So that's the state on the furthest away. I think the gentleman, this white hair with his back to us, I'm pretty sure that's the defense. And I think the gentleman talking right now, I think that's the state. Because we've seen a couple pre-trials, but it's been a while. I'm trying to remember all the players in this trial. But yeah, I think this is pretty much it. I think that's it. I don't know if the judge comes back or not. I think that's it.
We said Frank.
All right, we're back on the record. Given obviously the late hour of the day, we're going to bring this back with closing statements on November the 10th at 10 a.m. All parties will be here. Any additional submissions, Mr. Mestrom, based upon the submission filed by Mr. Kleinberger, I would just ask that you get in as soon as you can. It's only a page and a half. Page.
I'll try and get it.
If you feel there's a need.
I'll try and get it in before 4:30 on the day of.
I appreciate that, Mr. Mestrom. All right, thank you very much. We are going to adjourn for today. We'll be back on November the 10th for closing argument.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Judge.
All right, so that concludes this pretrial hearing for Sean Higgins. So yes, our recap, our weekly recap with Clairview was switched from 5:15 to 4 because I thought I'd be done here around 3:30 or so. So I needed some time, but we got finished a little bit earlier, which is fine. I'm not gonna change it again. I've already changed it a couple times. So we're going to leave it at 4 o'clock. A weekly recap with Clairview on New Jersey versus Paul Higgins. I got to switch my head now. So Barry, you said, what are we going to do between now and Paul Canero? I need to switch my gear because I keep wanting to say New Jersey versus Sean Higgins. So I got to switch gears a little bit. So I'm going to take the break. But basically, real quick recap with what we saw today. It was the defense is arguing that were his Miranda rights read properly? Did he understand what he was saying? Was he intoxicated enough for manslaughter? It's their defense is starting to take shape. So to me, their defense is going to be the brothers' blood alcohol content, BAC, was higher than Sean's. So thus, they're at fault, even though they were hit from behind. And then the other thing is his level of intoxication. I think that's going to be their two. To me, right now, that's their 2 points of contention. So we heard from a bunch of troopers, 3 troopers, 4 troopers, I guess, a sergeant, detective, and 2 patrol troopers. And Sean admits he was impatient. He was passing on the left. We showed all through the stream just now. We showed the area where it happened, very rural, very country, big farm. I think it was looked like corn as well, cornfields. So there was no extra lighting. And Sean admits he was impatient. The cars were going 30, 40 miles an hour. So he passed on the left. And there were 2 cars, and the lead car pulled out, he says, in front of him. But to me, that car was trying to avoid, the 2 brothers because there was no shoulder. I thought there might have been a bike lane or a shoulder, but from what I saw, where they were actually hit, it didn't look like there was a bike lane. So he and Sean's like, oh, they were in the middle of the road. Well, there were witnesses. There were those 2 cars, so those people will definitely, I'm sure, testify. Sean was offered 35 years. He rejected it, and he faces 70 now, so 35 for each of the brothers. So I think that's about it. Let me see. I'll take some questions for a little bit here. Arwen, so they are suggesting the bicyclist ran into the car. No, he's saying that they were in the middle of the road. So he's saying that they were in the middle of the road. He said that a couple times in his, when he was being interviewed and when he was being field sobriety tested. He said that they were in the middle of the road. So, and it was like 8:15, I guess. So it was nighttime. It was late August at 8:15. I thought the sun still might not be set 100%. I thought it might be twilight at that point in time, but he says it was pitch black. So and I also it was raining too. I don't know if it was raining when he was hit, but it looked like it was raining when the troopers were there. So once they arrived on scene, so maybe it was overcast. That may have made visibility a little darker, a little harder to see. I don't know. So we are done here, Led Zepp, but we have a recap of Paul Canero. We're going to do a weekly recap with Clairview starting at the top of the hour at 4:00 Eastern. Nana, when is the trial? Did not happen already. It's to come. No trial date has been set. They've just been doing all these pre-trials. So no trial date has been set. We're following it. Hopefully this year. I'm hoping this year they will go to trial. So hopefully this year. We do have it on our playlist, so definitely go check out our playlist. Here, I'll drop our playlist here for you guys. Let me give you, let's see here. Where did it go? I had it. Oh, here it is. All right, here's the Sean Higgins playlist if you want to go check it out. Let's see, Sean Higgins playlist. All right, so go check that out if you want. But definitely join us for Clairview. It's gonna be really exciting. Please bring your questions. I've got questions for Claire. She's been following the Paul Canero trial for a while, a lot longer than I have. So she's got a lot more in-depth information than I do. So definitely bring your questions for Clairview. I've got questions for her, and hopefully you guys have some questions for her and for me too. So thank you for joining us. I'm going to take the break right now and meet you back. I have a redirect set up, but let me give you the link here as well. All right, here is the stream. Let's see. Weekly recap with Clairview and Paul Canero. All right, so here's the link for the weekly recap that we're going to be doing at 4:00. So another 40 minutes. So take a break, stretch, go look at something else, clear your minds, and we will meet you back here at 4:00 for our weekly recap with Clairview. All right, guys. Thank you, mods. Thank you, Aaron, and chat. Thank you for watching. And hopefully we'll see you in a few minutes, 40 minutes or so, for our weekly recap. Till then, take care. Bye.